I hope you have fun tonight.
All right, we're streaming.
Okay, let me go ahead and host your stream. All right, your stream is hosted. Woohoo!
Cool.
Eh,
Can you post the URL for the stream?
It's already in Discord. Do you mean to
As in the
repost it?
general? Is it
No,
in general or is it?
it's in Battlestorm Ragnarok.
Uh,
You want me to repost it?
if you could, that'd be
Yeah,
awesome.
let's
Thank you.
just put it up at the right there for everybody. There we go.
So welcome everybody.
Great.
This is Battlestorm Ragnarok. This is our first session, so this is going to be a bit of a session 0/1. We're still getting our characters together, and we'll probably deal with some things like figuring out how everyone knows each other or not, and also doing brief descriptions of character appearances and backgrounds. So please bear with us as we get everything together here, but we will get rolling, and I've got some what I hope to be some really exciting stuff planned. So yeah, hope you enjoy. All right, yay, introduction, done. So let me know when everyone is ready, because now I'm just doing things that may be helpful for you guys as we progress. And if anyone has any questions with regards to their characters, please let me know. I'm more than happy to help out.
So Rob, we've been in the world for about a month now. My character kind of focuses in on snakes. Would there be a chance that I made any snake friends in the last month?
Mm, okay, so tell me a little bit about your character.
So my
I
character,
understand you're a lore bard, right?
yep, that's the plan right now. We'll see at level 3.
Mhm.
Uh,
Do you have find familiar
no,
or
I do not.
like any spells that would like
So
give you like an yeah, go ahead.
sorry. So my character is a Yanti, so they have animal friendship, unlimited usage for snakes.
Hmm.
That's really the only thing that I have that would really give me that. And then I also took speak with animals.
So animal friendship is like a charm spell for people, but for animals. And it definitely makes you a bit of a socialite among the animal AIs in the game. So whenever you travel out into the wilds, especially in places where there happen to be a decent number of snakes, um, people, and apparently for you, snakes are people too, tend to know you and tend to be relatively conversational with you as in the way that snakes are, which might be kind of like, "Hey, were you the guy that stuck your foot in my burrow?" kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or, "Oh, you should go that way. The squirrels over there are delectable." Or, "Hey, can you get me some bird eggs because I haven't had some of those in a while. Tasty." Um, what is your background?
So for my background, I put down that in real life, my character's name is James. They're a wildlife biologist. They specialize in conservation. and they have like an obsession with poisonous plants and venomous snakes. And then when they were doing graduate research, they lost their leg because of a snake bite in Australia. And physical therapy later, they decided to join BSO because of the limitations that they have in real life, and that it grants them more mobility and a chance to explore the wilderness more easily.
And did you pick one of the backgrounds that one of the original backgrounds?
No, I picked teacher because they
Okay. Oh, you picked teacher. Okay.
yeah, so when they lost their leg doing graduate research, they decided to go into academia and become a professor. So I thought that would work pretty well together.
Okay. Yeah. So I can't really give you any more than like you're a socialite among snakes.
That's totally cool. I'm good with that. I'll just find a friend. You know, I'll find a
But
snake.
yeah, but you know, they know, you know, all the good snake places. You know,
Uh,
like places where you can sun yourself on rocks, and you know, places where you can lay in wait to, eat a mouse. Um, you know the best burrows. Um, but yeah, and you can get a lot of good snake gossip.
all right, I can work with that.
Okay. Let's see. Anybody else, or any more for you, Sean? Can I say your real name?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay. Some people are, very private about stuff. I all my stuff is just, I am me or scribbler of some kind.
Oh yeah, my dad does videography. My face is on something somewhere that I don't know about. It's fine.
Yeah.
But other than that, like I really didn't have much. I feel like my character is pretty good to go. I hope. We'll see.
Mm,
I might
yeah.
switch the level and class if it doesn't go super well. You know, it'll be fine.
You seem to really like bards in my games.
They just
Um,
work well with you, Rob, because you like them. So like you're usually more lenient towards the crazy weird things I do. And like
mm,
it works together.
well, I like to encourage creativity, and bards are definitely a creative class. That is for sure. Let's see. Plus, I got a soft spot in my heart for you, Chauncey.
I have one for you too,
Not,
Rob. You know this. You know
yeah,
this.
absolutely, absolutely. Kissing up to the DM will get you everywhere or dead quick. I don't know which, but
We'll see.
uh, yeah, we shall see. Um,
I do have Find Familiar, so would it be cool if I cast that to summon a hawk?
Absolutely. You may have so if you have a spell like Find Familiar that requires you to spend money for the ritual components, significant money, since you've been in the game so long, I'm just going to assume that you figured out a way to get the scratch to have that done. You don't have to take that money out of your resources unless it's, I'll say over 100 gold pieces, which would be considerable for a first level spell.
So the 10 gold pieces for the hawk should be just fine.
Yeah, you don't need to spend that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, it's not that you haven't interacted with the world. Um, it is possible that you might have had an encounter with a monster at some point, um, as part of like a group of people that got together to, for whatever reason, travel over land. but not enough to gain you experience points. So you're not a complete babe in the wilderness, so to speak. It's just that you did not actively go out to adventure for whatever reason. Maybe you were just reticent because initially it was you were trapped in a death game, and you're like, I don't want to die. I'm gonna let other people take the risk. Or it could be just that you were terrified, or that you have someone that's really important to you back home that you want to survive for, or something back home that it's not just you. If you died, something really terrible would happen. Or it could be for other reasons as well. Maybe you weren't really all that great at gaming, and then just got really enthralled with the whole notion of a virtual world, and just wanted to experience it, and then got stuck here amongst all these nerd, MMO Dungeons and Dragons people, and you're like, okay, well, I don't know shit. If I go out, I'm going to be dead real quick, and plus there's all these interesting, fun things to do in cities, surprisingly. So it could be for many reasons, but for whatever reason, you guys were not initially a part of the first wave of adventurers that cleared Midgard of its much of its wandering monsters, and went through and did the major quests and the dungeons, and then helped fight through the main dungeon and then to the next level of Valhalla, which, as Ted and I agreed earlier, is Alfheim now, and is and Alfheim is still kind of in the darkness. The monsters there are strange and different, and very difficult, and so only the most experienced adventurers are traveling there right now. It's considered too dangerous for lower level adventurers, or those who do not adventure to go, and they have not yet unlocked a hometown up there in Alfheim, so there's no safe zones to teleport to. So hopefully that gives you guys a little bit of setting information. If you want, you can go ahead and pick a hometown if you wish. For this game, it's not really super important, although it does help me. And also for this game, I'm giving you guys like the information for now, for what is happening now. When we start the adventure, we're going to rewind because one of the main events happens right when you got here, and it's something that's like a part of all your, I guess, psyches now. It's been ingrained into your consciousness, your sleeping hours, I suppose. I mean, the full dive environment is strange because a lot of it is kind of like a fugue. So the difference between wakefulness and sleeping is not as definitive as it is in the real world. And also, I mean, your avatars can get a long rest just by sitting down and eating a ration. I'm sorry, a short rest just by sitting down and eating a ration, or a long rest just by spending a gold piece and going to an inn. And some of you may have backgrounds that give you other ways to access a long rest, but those are the standard ways. But a long rest only takes an hour in game. So your actual sleeping time is a little different. It's kind of like take cat naps. And the state of sleep is a little different because the virtual world is a lot like a dream in and of itself. Kind of fluid. What is Arrow?
My familiar.
Oh, Arrow is your familiar. Aha. I'm sorry, I'm looking at.
The token I posted.
I'm getting
in
the
Discord,
little.
I know.
I'm getting. Oh, Arrow looks pretty badass. Ooh, Chancellor. Hey, dude. This looks like a viral.
I know. It's a little, homage,
Are
if you
you?
will.
Clearly, Chauncey has a type.
In my games?
It
Wow.
works out every time. I'm good with it, you know?
Answering Greg's question here, any difference in resting for elves? No. Elves, their benefit for trance is one that is lost in the game. They don't have a shorter rest period than anybody else because the resting mechanic is not based upon hours slept. And we as people, we still need to sleep, but our sleep cycles are also not taken into account by the game's mechanics, which is just based upon short rest is taken by eating a ration and not having monsters come and try and kick our ass within that 15 minutes of where we ate the ration. Um, our, I don't even think it was 15. Was it 5 minutes, Rob?
I
That's
think it was
pretty.
5 minutes. Yeah, just eat. Yeah.
And then when you go into a town and you buy a room at an inn, it starts a 30-minute counter. You just have to stay in the safe zone for that 30 minutes. At the end of that time, your long rest takes effect for your character. But that's completely separate from us needing to sleep because we will become fatigued ourselves.
Yeah, you do need to sleep. But sleep in the game is a little bit different than sleep in the real world. I would say that pretty much everyone kind of, as far as like actual sleep goes, is probably a bit more like elves because you just need that deep REM sleep, really. And because your body's already in kind of a fugue-like state, it's pretty easy to drift into that. So in Valhalla, your actual periods of sleep are probably reduced to about 4 to 6 hours as opposed to 6 to 8. I don't know. I know some people that get 4 to 6 hours of sleep and do just fine too in the real world, but
That's
those
me.
of you who do that are, yeah, crazy. You're a real life elf, Ted. um, so how's everyone doing with their characters?
I believe I'm ready to go.
Okay, so
I need to pull out a token.
can I use?
Drag my token to the map.
Yeah, you can drop your token. You should be able to drop your token on the map. So when you are ready, go ahead and drop your token on the map, and that will give me an idea as to who is ready.
And if
Or
you
you
want to
can
choose,
speak up. Hmm?
Can you put my token in for Arrow? I can't do that one.
Oh, for Arrow, yeah. Let me go
Have you
ahead and
dropped your
add
token?
a.
Can you drop
So
mine
you
too, please? Sorry.
so you just click on your name. So I will demonstrate with Nerium Cynical, and so you just click on your name and then drag it to the map. And I'll go ahead and delete Nerium's token so that Chauncey can go ahead and learn how to do it himself.
Thanks. I need my independence. I do.
And because I can't do two things at the same time, now I'm going to add Ted's familiar here. Let's see.
Where did you get the background for that token? The edge for that with the writing? Because that is really awesome. The Paladin.
It was just in the latest update of token tools.
The token stamp one, or was that like map tools, token tools?
Yeah,
Oh,
map tools, token tools, the horsehead one.
oh, cool.
Yeah, I got a new PC for Christmas and I realized I didn't have token tools, so I downloaded it real quick. And it has tons of new token borders.
I may need to check that out. That's a
Yeah, me
really cool
too.
one.
Holy cow.
I've been using
Yeah,
the that website that token stamp.
Yeah, I've been using Token Stamp as well.
I've always used token tool. And it's just because I'm lazy, it's there, so I use it.
Mm,
I used token tool for a long time, but when I
You
switched,
you were the one who got me in the token tool.
very cool. I had only recently started using Token Stamp, and it was because we switched to Roll20 instead of Map Tools, and I just didn't go grab Token Tool yet for the new PC. Man, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, so now I have to do it too. I didn't see your border, but I'm gonna have to check it out. Okay, Arrow is live, and now I'm gonna have to check out Mr. Justice. Ooh, runes. Oh, thank goodness. It's just so nice to see runes somewhere.
That's just so
I
fitting
know,
for
it is
this. That's why I
totally.
thought it was really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, yeah, because we are in Midgar and Valhalla. Well, I was building a map the other day, and I was thinking, oh, it'd be really nice to throw a circle of runes down here, and I couldn't find any. That is a cool token there, Mr. Justice. All right, so let me see. Are we full? Ooh, and oh, I have to check the paladin. Oh, now I want this border for my character. Oh, this is awesome. What is this, token tool?
Yeah, that's a Token Tool from the Map Tools.
Very nice. I'm going to go ahead and fill out the hit point. So is Muriel's hit points 13?
Yes.
And what is Muriel's? Actually, I'm just going to set up the hit point bar because I want everyone to have a hit point bar in game. Everyone has a hit point bar, and everyone can see everyone else's hit point bar. You can even see the monster's hit point bars, which means I need to do that. I actually forgot to add the hit point bar to my monster tokens, which means I'm just gonna have to do that really quick. Let's see, and how do I show the hit point bar here? Okay, so everyone should see Muriel's hit point bar, and do we have Sana? Sana on
yeah.
the board? Oh, Sana's over here, and Dennis and Muris. Okay.
And hit
How
points
many
are
hit points?
10.
10? Okay. And let me go ahead and add her hit point bar.
We're starting at level 1, correct?
Everyone is starting at level 1. That is correct.
Rob, do you want us to drop our tokens by the cities that we're in right now?
Yeah, if you have a hometown, go ahead and place yourself in your hometown. Oh, okay, everyone's from Dennis Amiris, apparently.
Oh, we got a rock gnome and a high elf, so we're from there.
Rob, I know that these
Mhm.
cities have like safe zones, but are there means of safe? And you may have already explained this in your notes. I'm sorry if I'm asking a dumb question, but are there means of like safe passage from one city to another?
So
Or do you have to
everyone has a Yeah. I'm sorry,
teleportation?
did you finish? Yeah. So yeah, everyone has a teleportation crystal, and you can use your teleportation crystal to teleport to a safe zone from any location as an action.
Even if it's a safe zone you
There,
haven't been to yet?
You have
I
to
am
have
pretty sure you.
visited previously,
Yes.
but all of the starting safe zones are ones that you can visit through. Every city, there was a portal into a guild hall, was part of the initial quest where we also go pick up our gear. And when through that portal into the guild hall, there are then portals that led to every one of the 5 starting cities. So you could have visited all 5 starting cities as safe zones without ever leaving a safe zone.
Okay, that works. Thank you.
Now there are some exceptions. For example, there are certain rooms and traps, particularly, that turn off your ability to use your teleportation crystal. But otherwise, throughout the world, your teleportation crystal is something that you can use as an action to teleport back to a safe zone. Now, there are also some exceptions that modify your teleportation crystals. Like there's a background, the hacker background lets you set waypoints in the world as long as you observe them for an hour that you can teleport to, but you can only have one waypoint active. But for the most part, this is how teleportation is handled in the realm of Valhalla. There are no long-range teleportation spells. So your teleportation crystal is your means of teleporting.
Gotcha.
Misty Step and Dimension Door are still options for spells you can choose. Those are short range teleportation spells and what you use in combat. Just to mention those.
Okay, so I see that everyone has their token on the board. Looks like Nerium is being the odd serpent out, apparently, and is going to be hanging out here in Lozilfar for the first month while everyone else is kind of staying in Dinis Amiris. If everyone's ready, I'm going to go ahead and read you guys the intro, read you what happened when you first came, when you first dove into Battlestorm Ragnarok and first experienced Midgard. And then we are going to talk a little bit about the things that you have done over the past month, if you wish, and then give some character descriptions and some, just to share with your fellow players your backgrounds, your personalities, that kind of thing. And then we can determine whether or not you know each other before I throw you into event 2, which will technically start the adventure. So are we ready?
Ready?
All right. So you, for whatever reason, were enamored with the notion of diving into this massive multiplayer virtual environment for Dungeons and Dragons called Battlestorm Online. And this widely publicized global launch was a heady affair that captured your attention and the attention of millions of other gamers across the world. One of the world's foremost gaming geniuses, Jimu Masuta, had birthed a virtual reality masterpiece, a Dungeons and Dragons game in which players could use special equipment called Ghost Gear to fully dive into a virtual fantasy environment. Now, the dreams of gamers everywhere had been realized. They could experience their favorite game not at tabletops or consoles, but with their senses and body fully immersed. You were one of these gamers. Dynamic swordplay magic and the amazing mobility of fantasy characters was no longer just at your fingertips. It had a full mind and body. It was another life outside of real life. Millions clamored for access to the beta test version of this full dive Dungeons and Dragons extravaganza, open to only 10,000 lucky players. Perhaps you waited in line, or a relative with connections snagged you a copy. Whatever the case, you logged into BSO, took the vertigo-inducing dive generated by the Ghost Gear, and landed on the world layer of Midgard. At first, you were captivated by this amazing setting and its host of wonders. You took time to familiarize yourself with your skills and powers. Perhaps you even fought a few monsters. You had a blast. But your joy of new discovery was short-lived. If you tried to log out, you received the following alert. Warning, log out will result in player death. Click yes to continue. If you saw this message, you were wise enough not to click yes. Many were not. You may have also heard the ghostly cries of a player dying in-game, their avatar consumed in a burst of blood-red pixels, their eyes flashing with a freakish strobe like a pair of twin flashlights rapidly turning on and off. These events only hinted at a much larger horror of which you would soon become aware. Only an hour logged in, a wind began to blow. It carried the sound of a wolf's howl across the land of Midgard. Tattered clouds raced across the sky, which took on a crimson hue. Your teleportation crystal flashed with blue light, and you were instantly transported to an arena carved from the heart of the mountain fastness of Nidavellir. Your arrival at the stadium was accompanied by thousands of similar blue flares as your fellow players instantly materialized. And I'm going to move you guys to another little map here. This is a original painting of Odin. It is considered a work of fine art. And I thought it would just be kind of cool to throw this in here as part of the intro. All the game's remaining players turned eyes toward a titanic figure arising from the arena floor in the form of a 40-foot tall shadow, roughly taking the shape of a man. He glared down at you with a massive single blue eye. The eye was offset, hinting that the other eye was closed or lost. Two large shadows in bird form sat on his shoulders. Welcome to Battlestorm Online. I am Odin, but you may also know me as Jimu Masuta. I've summoned you here into the great arena of Nidavellir to deliver this warning. You are trapped here, not in Nidavellir, but in the game. There are now only two ways out for you: death or winning the game. You may have noticed that your logout screen now contains this alert. The figure waves its shadowy hand, and you again see the logout warning message. If you log out, the Ghost Gear will send a strobe light pattern to your eyes that will cause a brain aneurysm. This is no accident. It is intended, a feature. Also, if you die in-game, your Ghost Gear will send the same signal. Similarly, if the gear is tampered with in the real world, it will kill your body, and you will die both there and in-game. Already, 321 players have perished due to death by monsters, due to accidental tampering with the headgear, and due to suicide by voluntary logout. The 9,679 remaining players stared in stunned astonishment. Cries of outrage and anguish echoed through your fellow players. Terror rooted you to your virtual, hard stone bench. You came here to enjoy your favorite game up close and in person, not to die at the hands of a terrorist madman in a death trap. Disbelief and denial washed through your fellow players, but somehow, what Jima Masuta as Odin said rang true to you. He did strike you as the type who was capable of carrying out such a murderous, if creative, coup. You have now been granted a gift beyond compare, Jima Masuta as Odin continues. Another life, for without death there is no life. And in this life, you have the real opportunity to be heroes in a magical world. Whether or not you choose to take that opportunity is up to you. The shadowy figure continued to speak for a few more minutes, but its dark philosophical assertions only deepened your terror. Jima was clearly a fanatic, willing to carry his twisted vision through to the bitter end. When the cries of disbelief rose up, you'd already grown numb with shock, the tense words of outrage bleeding into the background of your racing thoughts. You had to focus. Your first goal, survive and return to your life. You had important things to accomplish. Loved ones waited for you. Important business and work was delayed that must be returned to. Others could fight through the game while you decided to wait in safety. For weeks after your capture, after that fateful announcement by a virtual god of monsters, this was your plan. And for weeks, it worked. Heroes rose, forming adventuring parties. They scoured the surrounding lands of monsters, began to delve into dungeons. Some died, others rapidly gained power. The adventuring parties coalesced into organized guilds, and for a time it seemed to you that your plan had worked. Seemed because events have taken an odd turn. You've heard rumors of shrinking safe zones. Frantic quests have been issued by the game's most prominent guilds, quests not related to typical game clearing activity. And last of all, an annoying guild representative, a warlock named Ruby, keeps following holdouts like yourself into local bars and inns. She keeps asking for help, keeps calling for a second line of adventurers to confront the new troubles. She's persistent, but sometimes you detect a note of desperate pleading in her voice. This new turn of events makes you worried. Perhaps your plan to stay safe while others take the risks for you won't work out at all. Maybe this death trap you've presently been caught in is about to spit out a new set of surprises. If so, resting on your laurels will only make you more vulnerable, will just result in more slaughter. Now might be the time for you to step up, to take on your role as a hero. Welcome to Sword Art. Welcome to Battlestorm Online. Okay,
There was a
so I
slip.
hope you guys enjoyed that.
Oh, that was amazing.
Okay, well, I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Mm-hmm.
um, so in the intervening time before things began to grow a little dark and freaky, you guys did have the opportunity to explore the world. And thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. So yeah, I had fun writing it. But yeah. So you guys did have some time to explore the world, possibly to meet each other. Um, so before we go on, I want to ask: do you want to know each other? Do you have hooks that connect your characters so that we can do character introductions now, or do you want me to move on to a setting where you can meet um, in game for whatever reason?
I think some people said that they did have some connections. Uh, S- Robbie's character, was it Sanaa?
No, yeah.
And Enzo, Slade. We don't know anybody yet. I'm not sure about the rest of our party.
Well, Justice and Amiriel are married IRL, so they obviously knew each other when everything happened. And I don't know if Nikki's okay with it, but I could see Eustace and Muriel being kind of a mother and father figure for people at the beginning, freaking out. Her with her empathy, and Eustace with his tough love.
So what do you think, um, Muriel and are you pronouncing it Eustace?
It's
Eustace?
it's it's, it's Justice, but real name Eustace. So
Oh, okay.
I'll interchange them occasionally.
Okay. So do you guys, I guess, maybe try to help the wounded, or maybe try to provide some resources, or I mean, advice to these young whippersnappers?
Definitely advice, because she's the mother and grandmother, so she's got an instinct to care for them, and So I don't know. I see a lot of people who are freaking out at the beginning, the people who are shell shocked, and the people who are thinking about just logging out.
So go ahead and weave a bit of your character backstory into this explanation for the benefit of your fellow players and the rest of us, so that we can learn a little bit about Muriel and Justice.
All right. Well, we're high school sweethearts. Met in good old Hoboken, New Jersey. Uh, Eustace went off to be an engineer in the army, and Muriel went to college to get her teaching degree. Came back, got married, had 8 beautiful children, and I think we are up to our 27th grandchild. Three great grandchildren. And we were getting pretty on in life, and our one of our younger grandchildren, Danny, you guys would love him. He loves the video games. He got us into the game. So so we could move around. My knees aren't very good these days, and Muriel's sciatica is always acting up. So it's nice having the not blurry vision and meeting all the kids running around excited like.
Yeah, and the aches and pains have really faded out. I mean, you might get a twinge every now and again, but it's very faint.
Our first night here, we went dancing. Been a long time since we went dancing.
And boy, did you know how to dance. I mean, with your knowledge and the capabilities of these new virtual bodies, it was something else.
Yeah, I didn't know how strong she was gonna be. I figured I would lead the dance. That didn't happen.
Well, did you end up getting tossed into the rafter somewhere?
She's very strong with her new body. And I'm lithe, I'm quick, but I'm not strong.
So she had to lead, huh? Muriel, if you want to step in, you can, but you do not have to.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. Loud and
Okay,
clear.
then I'll just talk from your microphone. Here. Well, according to my background, I was a teacher and I liked the fantasy. So this is like living out a dream. And now I can walk again, I guess, because my sciatica. But not much extra to add.
All right. No, that's more than good enough. So anyone else want to describe what they did while others were out adventuring and risking their lives?
Sana can. So would you like me to also describe her background, her in real life background?
If you wish, yeah, please feel free to to provide as much detail, whatever you think is most central to your character. Absolutely.
Okay. So in real life, Emily Connors, since she was 5 years old, always wanted one thing, to be an inventor. But for reasons unknown, it always seemed like her talent lagged just a little bit behind her enthusiasm. She had these great ideas, and all seemingly should work on paper, but when she brought them out into the real world, never seemed to work out. It Either these ideas could not get off the ground, like her Lego constructions that just collapsed mid building, or they went everywhere but the ground, like her attempt at making an automated soda dispenser, which just made some really sticky ceilings and walls. Um, It all and this issue didn't help when it came to socialization. Kids kind of shied away from her, kind of like intimidated by her enthusiasm and afraid of the results that frequently happened when she conducted an experiment. Any child that tried to socialize with her kind of backed away after the first one or two play dates. So, and as an only child, she pretty much had only her contraptions as peers. Um, Around the ninth grade, it came to a head when she tried to make her own vacuum cleaning robot using some discarded car parts, motion sensors, and a butane-powered propeller. Nearly burned down her parents' garage and her neighbor's garage. Were her dad not a master carpenter and her mom not a PR office manager with amazing diplomatic skills, it could have gone really ugly. Since then, her parents, encouraged her to give computer programming a try, where her inventions would be limited to the VMs of cyberspace, and she could use logical concepts instead of physical pieces as her inventions. And so she went into that, worked out pretty well. She became a pretty skilled programmer by the time she graduated high school, and then she went on to MIT in computer science. And there she met her first and so far only friend, Michael, who was a transfer from NYU. He managed to reach past her natural shyness, and the two became friends. He introduced her to a comic book series called the Gas Lamp Saga, a series that depicted a fictional world where mad scientists were in charge and had intentions from villainous to heroic. And she fell in love with the series because the main character, Sana, was like her, a young girl growing up wanting to be an inventor, always messing up, not seeming to make anything work. But unlike Emily, Sana was able to overcome her hurdles, her insecurities, her, all the stuff that was holding her back. And she ended up becoming one of the greatest scientists and inventors in that series, pretty much the titular character. So it kind of like rekindled her desire to invent in the world. So when she got the opportunity to jump into BSO, a place where she could like actually do inventing in the virtual world, but it would feel like real life, she jumped into it, and she was loving it. And then got the bad news along with everyone else. She was trapped, and if unless she could win the game, she had either consign herself to life in the game or die. So in the intervening month, she pretty much stuck to the safe zones. She started to peddle her artificer skills. She chose the artificer because, come on, magical inventor. She was all over that. She would use her artificial skills to make useful knickknacks for for adventurers. Because unlike some merchants, Sana didn't just take gold as payment. She would also accept things like items or news or what the latest gossip was. And her inventions were pretty, unlike in real life, her inventions in the virtual world were actually pretty high quality. So she was able to gather up a good amount of intel on of the outside world, hoping one day to be able to utilize that and get over her fear and jump into adventuring in the hopes of getting out of this virtual world and back to her real life. Then she heard through the grapevine that there was an ambush on some adventurers. They weren't sure whether it was done by monsters or PKers or where exactly it happened, but it all focused on one common fact: that the leader of this adventurers that led them to victory was a very cunning mastermind rogue, whose avatar, detail by detail, matched that of a character in Gaslamp Saga called Tarvek Stormborn. And wouldn't you know it, Tarvek Stormborn is Michael's favorite character in the comic series. And the comic series, while popular, isn't exactly common knowledge. So she's wondering, oh crap, is Michael here? Is he in the game? Is he in trouble? So she wasn't sure she was ever really going to be ready to venture out and take her shot at freedom. But for the sake of her own freedom and also for the sake of her friend's life, she's got to find out. So she's in the market for a crew because of course going out there on her own would be suicide. So that is where Sana stands.
Oh, this is cool. This is going to give me some fodder for an adventure hook in the near future. So I'm gonna have to coordinate with you a little bit here and get some more information about that. I like this though. This is a great backstory.
Thank you.
Nice. Who wants to go next? You can add as much or as little as you like. It just gives us all, a feel for your character, personality wise, what their motivations are when they came to the world of Battlestorm and how they have fared since coming here. Everyone is quiet.
Enzo will go next here. Enzo's an interpreter for the U.S. Department of State, and recently got into gaming after his wife had passed away about a year and a half ago, and his daughter started attending NYU. Rather funny, that's already come up here. Sophia is his daughter. So he started getting back into D&D, was playing AL, and even though he hadn't played since second edition, um, just until very recently, so he's still learning the game. But with Battlestorm Online, he was really intrigued that in this world you can cast spells with actual words and hand motions. So he really, really just wanted to try out playing a wizard. Um, now that he's been stuck in this nightmare, um, he has been mostly in the Grand Guild Hall, where he interviews other players to help with writing a compendium on helping everybody else with information about dungeons and maps and the monsters that they encounter, and general world information.
So is Enzo a member of a guild?
Enzo has not yet joined a guild. He's just been in the guild hall helping to write the compendium for other players.
Gotcha. So he's been hanging out in the guild hall and just coordinating. That is
Yeah, so
really cool too.
he's assisting with the others that are also doing the same kind of work. Um, Mostly he does interviews of other players, but they need editors and other people to help try and get that information sorted into something that the other players can use, so that when they go into dungeons that the front lines have already explored, it's not as dangerous for those coming in behind them.
Yeah, that'll give you a lot of contacts in game, so that'll be pretty useful. And plus, you'll have justification for having a lot of in-game knowledge. I'm sure I've looked at your character outlines, and it seems that you're going to be running a pretty knowledgeable character. So this segs quite nicely as background into
Yeah.
that. All right. So anything else about Enzo?
That's it for now.
Okay. So I think that leaves Nerium as the only one. Have I?
Oh
I think
yeah.
everyone else has spoken. So no pressure.
I mean,
Um,
save the best for last. It's totally cool. Um, so
Fair enough.
all right. So I was talking a little bit about my character before. He just goes by Neri. He's a professor of biology and conservational biology. So what he was probably doing for the last month is collecting and cataloging plants and animals in the nearby area and discussing different medicinal herbs or different ways the animals were acting up, giving lectures about it, or helping others. He's also a bard, so he likes to be social. And he has a social network with other students that he knows and other teachers. So he probably knows some people. I don't know. He could know like the kids of Muriel and Justice, one of like the 20 something of them. um,
True.
but he teaches at Boston University, so it would be easy for him to go to like MIT or NYU to be a guest lecturer or something like that. I don't know if that would work out. Yeah, that's what he's been doing. He's weirdly really happy about being stuck here because he has a lot of issues after he lost his leg, and being here he has this new freedom and ability to just do whatever he wants, and he also has some magic in like his side pocket, so he's more happy and trying to hide it from other people who are less content with being here, I
Mhm.
guess.
Yeah. So as a teacher, yeah, you do have quite the network of students, and some of them do also happen to probably be in game. I will let you decide for yourself who those happen to be. Maybe I might. I don't want to, spoil alert too much, but yeah, maybe I might throw a hook at you or two because of those student connections that you might have had. But also, you have a knack for conveying knowledge, so this makes you kind of a natural trainer in game, and you tend to have people asking you to help them learn things like skills and stuff, even if you don't know them. So,
I can help them
which
learn it.
yeah, sometimes you can help them learn it. Sometimes you don't know what the heck you're doing, and just talking to them makes them feel confident, which makes you happy. um, but teachers do have a little bit of a reputation in game, and they're kind of sought after. Um, Sometimes they can replace the AI trainers, and sorry, my apologies. So yeah, so yes, the AI instructors, they tend to be dry, although they've gotten better over time. Um, and when a PC can actually instruct, they're very sought after, and you've got a little bit of that talent. So I guess that rounds out everyone. I suppose you all don't know each other, so the this next event, you will learn about individually, and so let me move on to the next event here. So you've spent a month in the world of BSO, and as I said, toward the end of this time, you have heard a number of strange rumors. And these strange rumors, however, punctuated by a strange appearance of a celestial body in the sky. So as the sun sets on Midgard on this day, a darkness jeweled by millions of twinkling lights rises to cover the night. And in this darkness, a strange star begins to blossom. Its first light appears as an orange glow that backlights what appears to be the black clouds of dust in the universe itself, casting gargantuan shadows covering what must be thousands upon thousands of stars. The glow intensifies until a star roughly the size of a full moon and bright enough to cast shadows itself bulges into the shape like a large blue eye. The eye looks down on Midgard, shining its light on all who walk there. Whether the strange star's coming is a herald to further events or simply a stunning, if ominous, outgrowth of the vivid yet striking Battlestorm setting remains a mystery. But now all the world of Battlestorm Online is a Twitter with rumor and speculation about why this star has appeared. And let's see, let me look at your characters here for a second. Enzo, you know that a number of people in the prominent guilds are going to go to a particular tavern by the name of the Thunder Ale Tavern. And this tavern is very unique and well known in the cities of Midgard. Thunder Ale Tavern, like a guild, has a door that exits into every hometown in Midgard. So the single Thunder Ale Tavern has storefronts in every hometown. And because of that, it really has become quite the meeting place, both for adventurers and for other types within Midgard, information brokers, those looking for any kind of gossip, or anyone just really wanting to be in the know or to stand on the live wire of the stream of information that threads throughout. There are certainly other ways to get information. There are in-game guides that are constantly popping up through your home menu, but there's just something comforting about sitting down with a tankard of ale and sharing space with your fellow human beings, even if it is only in a virtual environment. So Enzo, you know that some of the movers and shakers from the guilds are going to be there. Nerium, you also hear this from one of your students, and says that you should come because, well, you're going to learn a lot, and then you're going to have to teach it to everybody. And he can't be there because he's going to go out and adventure, and he knows you're not because you're a loser. But Muriel and Justice, you are out doing one of the many things that you are very good at because of your long experience. And one of the people that you happen to bump into asks you some questions about this star that gets your mind spinning. And you think it might be nice to be a fly on the wall at the Thunder Ale Inn on this day, as a number of people that seem very knowledgeable are heading that way. And last of all, for our for our little inventor here, Sana, you have not heard any word of your lost friend, but you have heard that the Thunder Ale Inn is definitely a place to go, and there are to find information generally, and that a lot of people that are rather knowledgeable are likely to be there tonight. And so you all find yourself being drawn to this place. And if you don't come, I'm gonna have some trouble. But so is everyone willing to journey to the Thunder Ale and to hear what news might be learned about this new celestial occurrence?
Especially
Absolutely.
the players. I'll be there.
Duh.
Let's go.
Okay, so I'm just gonna collect all your tokens together, and we will move you to the Thunder Ale Inn. And let me go ahead and move you guys here. I'm just going to put you guys in the entrance. And let's move the flag. Okay. For some reason, I have the shadow of arrow floating around on my maps. Oh, here we go. Boop. All right. So entering the Thunder Ale Inn, you find it to be a bustle with all sorts, and you can see the various NPCs. Oh, I didn't give them all name labels. Did I? That's okay. I can name them as we go. But the proprietor is Abigail Barnwallow, who is very boisterous, outgoing NPC, but strangely very socially intelligent. And whenever you arrive, she somehow seems to know your name. I don't know, maybe using the AI cheat or whatever. And welcomes you personally and asks you what. And remembers if you've ordered a beverage before and asks you if you want that. And at the Thunder Ale Tavern, the first drink is always free. And if you buy a drink, it also counts as a short rest. So you can enjoy something that is similar to the taste of a beverage that you could order in a tavern. The VR filter doesn't get it quite right, but it still is delicious, and also it has a practical purpose here. All drinks at the Thunder Ale Tavern are 5 silver pieces. So when you enter, you're welcomed by a warm, bright, and comforting glow. A roaring fire blazes in a large hearth above which 2 golden flankers of ale collide in front of a pair of crossed silver lightning bolts. You don't all necessarily arrive at the same time, but because the tavern is presently so full, and I've only placed like noted NPCs, the place is jam packed. You all end up basically at the same table, which is all the tables have been like kind of segmented off. So everyone is sharing tables, and for some reason, you all end up at the same table. But as you are there, if you wish, and as you are kind of milling about waiting for a table, if you wish, you can talk to some of the other patrons and customers and ask them questions and maybe gain some information. You've been here before, and it is a good place just to chatter. So if any of you guys wish to chat, let me know, or I will just continue on.
Um,
Oh, yeah. So you recognize a number of these patrons that are members of various guilds. Up here near the fire is Morgan Schnee. Um, let's see. Ginseng 7 is a well-known bard. Um, let's see. Chief Thunderpants is a cleric of a Tempest cleric of Odin. Uh, Maven Silverstream is a dwarf ranger that let's see. Justice has probably run into at some point. You definitely have run into Ruby Knight at the guild hall. Black Days is a very well-known doomer. He's always prophesying doom, and it doesn't surprise any of you that he's here tonight. Let's see. I'm trying to remember who that is. Let me look at my notes. 1 second. Oh, that's Jin Pak. That's a dwarf barbarian by the name of Jim Pak, who is also a member of a prominent guild. So I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ted, but I did want to just let you know who these NPCs were. Some of them you don't recognize. So you want to go talk to Ruby Knight? So she looks at you, and she seems even more on edge than she typically does. She looks at you, and she smiles warmly. Although you noticed over recent weeks, she has asked you often to join some of the newly formed groups of adventurers. And as you approach, she says, she kind of puts out her hands up in like a two-finger salute to you, and says, "Hey, Enzo, how's tricks?"
Oh, you know, I don't. I was just hoping you might be able to tell me what's going on here. I'm something about this. He points up that cosmic event.
Yeah, like everyone's talking about it. I myself don't know, but she swallows. She's like, everything lately has just been getting weirder and weirder. Um, I'm, yeah. She kind of scratches her head, and she seems like you notice their hands shaking a little bit, and then she turns to Abigail and says, "Yeah, I'll have that drink now, please." She seems distracted, and then she turns back to you and she says, "Um." I don't know. Maven had some ideas that were interesting. Oh yeah, and yeah, and there's a dragonborn sorcerer over there that's said a few things that have kind of got me worried as well. You might want to talk to her too.
Hmm. Okay.
And
Thanks
she
for.
points over to Thalia over here by the hearth.
All right. Well,
And let's. Oh, go ahead.
I'll. She seems distracted, so I will go and I'll get myself a drink here, a smoky old fashioned, and then make my way over to the table.
So Abigail pours you a a bit of actual smoke into your smoky old fashioned, and then covers it up with alcohol, which continues to bubble with the smoke, which wisps about you. And if you drink it skillfully, it forms smoke rings above your head.
That's cool.
That's so cool.
Okay. Does anyone else want to talk to any of these people, or do you just
Yeah.
want me to continue? Okay.
I want to go hang out with the bard chick by the piano.
Okay, so you're gonna go hang out with Ginseng Seven.
Oh my god, her name's Ginseng Seven. That's amazing. Yes. I'm hanging out with Jin Jin.
Okay, so you go saunter on over to Jin Jin, and Jin Jin's over here playing the fiddle, um, and like talking to a group of people who admire her art. You can see someone's like streaming her playing, or a few people are, and talking in between songs. And as you approach, she looks at you. Let's see, you have a high charisma, and actually, you are from the same town, so she knows you. She's like, "Hey, how's tricks? Talked to any good snakes lately?" She winks at you.
Not enough to really talk about, but definitely would love for you to come by so we can hang out and drink some tea and, hang with the snakes in the sunshine.
Yeah, well, I'd really like to hear what the snakes have to say about Yggdrasil, because I was adventuring over there the other day, and the whole area of ground around it, like for hundreds of feet, have been making these like strange groans and rumbling. It's like shaking. Um, and I wonder if that has something to do with this weird star. I mean, the star just kind of formed tonight, and I was just adventuring there earlier today when I noticed this, and we ran into a group of particularly nasty monsters. They were I don't know if you've run into drow,
Oh
but
yeah.
yeah,
Oh, don't mess with them if you can.
very cunning. And that yeah, sleep poison. We had a couple people succumb to sleep poison, so we there were a lot of them, so we had to get out quick. It was pretty nasty. But yeah, I wonder if I mean the odd noises and the star happened at the same time, and I wonder if they're somehow related.
I'll definitely have to talk to my snakes, see if they have some connection or can kind of see what's happening underground a little bit. But yeah, it
Well, I
was.
thought they might. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said that was crazy though. But yeah, I'll definitely
Yeah,
have to venture over there. I got my little snakes everywhere.
well, I mean, they live in the ground, so maybe they know what's going on under Yggdrasil. And I do see a few snakes around there from time to time. I do try and tell them you say hey, and if I mention your name, boy, it's like it's like backstage pass.
It's
Speaking
true.
of which, you want to hear another one of my songs?
Oh, absolutely. I love your
All
songs.
right,
They're always good.
all right. So she starts playing her fiddle again, very melodiously, and I'm going to be extremely verbose here and say the mellifluous tones um, soothe you as you watch her. You've always enjoyed her art. Okay. Uh, and does anyone else want to chat with a patron?
Um, Sana will try. She's going to look around to see if there's anyone here that she has traded with before that she's on good terms with. And see if they might have any info regarding her friend. Um, with your permission, Rob, I'd like to say that she came across a paladin looking a woman by the name of Selena, to whom Sana had provided a handful of trinkets, small handheld devices that lit up with a bright light of 5 feet and another 5 feet of dim light for Selena's party, none of whom had dark vision. Um, can we say Sana sees her?
Yeah, yeah. Sure. Santa would definitely be here. I mean, there's like the place is jam packed. I mean, it's just like full of. I mean, there's you guys just kind of got here under the wire because now there's like a huge line outside in multiple hometowns. So people are waiting, they're clamoring to come in. But luckily, yeah, your paladin friend is here, and you do happen to see her. Let's see if I have something that she can say to you. Let me scan through here quick.
And yeah, if she doesn't know anything, that works too. I know this is kind of
No,
a
it's fine. So what she says is, when you meet with her, now I have like some various different bits of information, and since you threw in an NPC that I wasn't familiar with, I had to figure out what would be appropriate. So I just was scanning through. So yeah, so as you approach, she seems she seems to be waiting for somebody who's not here yet, and she's kind of like hanging back in a corner, um, awkwardly, and she smiles as you approach because you're someone she knows, and there's a lot of people here that she doesn't know, and she kind of grabs your arm and pulls you next to her, and she says, "Wow, this place is so jam packed. So what brings you here?"
Oh,
I'm sure it's.
I
Go ahead.
I was just saying, well, news of that new star certainly has set set this world new edge. So heard that there might be some intel to be had here. I hightailed it, but actually something else brought me here too. Did you perchance hear about that ambush on that group led by that mastermind rogue?
Well, you know, there is, I have, in fact, and I think there's someone in my guild who could help you out with that. Uh, Goes by the name of Katsunori.
That's a Nori. He's a member of your guild.
Yeah, he is. He's not a very approachable type, but if I introduce him, he would talk to you, definitely.
Oh, I would really appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, he's been keeping an eye on PKers, and he thinks, well, between me, you, and the wall, he's a little bit paranoid, but I don't know, some kind of past experience or something. But yeah, he thinks it might be PKers.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I don't suppose he thinks that the PKers ended up getting the rogue leader, right? Because last I heard, from what I understand, the group survived thanks to that rogue.
Oh, yes, yes. But I mean, right now it seems like they're in hiding for whatever reason. Well, the other thing is that, so I just did um, talk to someone over there, um, Winterclaw. Yeah, she's Thalia Winterclaw. She's kind of new to adventuring. Had been with her mother. She's kind. I recommend you go talk to her, but um, she had said that the safe zones have been flickering out in certain areas, and that really worries me. And I wonder if that has something to do with why your friend might be in hiding.
I see.
It's given the PKers a bit of an edge.
Yeah, if they can start assaulting people in the safe zones, that's not good for any of us.
Yeah, there seem to be places in certain cities, and what Thalia mentioned kind of rang true to me. Um, the thing that I've experienced is there's just like a lot of monsters. I mean, just this is me directly, but I hear a lot just moving in and out of this place, and chatting with people in my guild. And the reason why I just learned that from Thalia is, I'm waiting for a couple of my guild members to come, and they haven't shown up. They're probably stuck in that darn line. But yeah, as I was saying though, I've just been running into a lot of monsters running around outside of their typical spawning grounds. I mean, usually they'll just spawn and they'll stick to an area. And it seems like I see these groups and they're just drifting across Midgard. Um, and honestly, if I had more time off the front lines, I'd do some investigation into that as well. But hey,
I
thanks
see.
for the assist on those lights. Oh my God, it's totally saved our butts that one time. So yeah, if you need anything, just I'm here. You can DM me or and I'll teleport into hometown. Just let me know.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll get in touch with you about talking with your friend. And I'm glad the clockwork devices worked out. Hey, next device from me is on the house.
Ah, I might take you up on that. That stuff up there in Alfheim, it is freaking real.
Uh,
No, no joke. Yeah. Whew. Um.
what sort of
Yeah.
monsters have you had? What sort of threats have you had to face there?
Oh well. Just drow, hags. Um. These really weird things called Linnorn, like dragon snakes, basically. Nasty.
Oh wow.
I don't know.
Well,
My friend
I
calls
guess-
them jabberwockies. He doesn't know what a jabberwocky is. He wouldn't know Lewis Carroll if the freaking poem hit him on the head.
so, so, Somewhere in the vast, bowels of the lines of code and machinery that runs this place, there's a dial that needs to be turned down, all the way down.
Tell me about it. Oh God, I loved the old MMOs, but man, this stuff is whew. Yeah, Ruby's about to explode. We got like people on the front lines who are wanting to come off, but she can't even recruit enough to like, handle all the stuff we got up there. Plus there's all this other weird stuff that keeps happening. I don't know. We're fucked. This place is weird. I need a drink.
Um, Sana will hand her 5 silvers and say, "On me. Thanks for tackling the front line. If I find out anything about those odd occurrences, I'll DM you the details."
Yeah, and I mean, I know like it's a major risk for everybody, but if you ever get the bug, we really need you. And she kind of pats you on the shoulder. No pressure.
Sana
Now
will not.
that okay. Um. All right. Uh, is Sana finished, or does Sana want to do anything else?
Yep, Sana's done.
All right. Does anyone else want to go and talk to one of these player character NPCs? I have not yet figured out a definition for them.
Definitely gonna
So
get a drink. And
okay.
something tropical, Rob.
Oh, so Nerium. Oh, tropical. Okay. So Abigail says, "Oh, you want a Melikaliki Maka?"
Sure.
It
What's
was
her
it was
umbrella?
just Christmas back home, so so she finds some coconut rum and slices off a large piece of a pineapple and swiftly with her knife, which is well known in the bar, carves out the shape of a volcano and pours the beverage into the volcano, which froths and foams as she gives it to you and seems to make like a Christmas caroly jingle with its ice cubes as you pick it up.
I smile with a stupidly large grin. Thank you.
All right, so
Oh, but
yeah,
can I get
and
a
it,
second
it
one for my new friend?
oh sure, why not? Yeah, she's happy to get you another one. So Muriel and Justice, I don't think we've heard from. Do you guys wish to do anything? I think someone might be on
We were
mute.
just kind of chatting it up with the people at the table. Oh,
Okay.
we were just chatting it. Oh, good. So yeah, we
All
were
right.
just chatting with everybody at the table. Learning where everybody's from. Tell them about my second bypass.
Oh my gosh.
A second one?
You got to watch that salt.
Oh, you sound like my doctor.
Actually, Thalia will have been stuck down here at the table with you. So she's the one that says the thing about the salt.
Nice.
Yeah. And sitting with her, you guys, let's see, she has some things to tell you. She's like, I don't know much about this star. Everyone's here about the star. I came here to find information about, people disappearing because, well, where I'm from in Mayo Elise, there's this really weird alley that seems to emit darkness rather than light, and people have been disappearing near it. And I'm wondering why this is happening at around about the same time that this weird star appears. And as she says this, when she says people disappearing, her voice kind of falls. I probably didn't inflect it correctly. She says people. Kind of like, what's your passive insight there, Justice and Muriel?
Nine.
So yeah, Muriel doesn't really notice much more than just that. Justice, what's your passive insight?
14.
14. You think that, when she says it, like, the word missing kind of pains her, like it's more personal than just people. But yeah, salt, blood pressure, bad.
She's right,
At least that's
now.
what that.
Oh, now
I
there's
mean, I
two
don't
of
have.
you.
You don't want to.
Oh, he doesn't listen to you. It just, and then, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. So very faint there over on the other end, but yeah, she says, "Oh, so he doesn't listen to you," and then she sighs audibly and says, "Just like my mom was."
Your mother sounds like a nice lady.
Yeah, she's nice. She's really nice. I love her. She came here with me, and now I can't find her.
Your mother's gone missing?
Yeah, um, yes, she has, and
Muriel, we gotta do something.
Did you check the mattress?
How are you gonna find the person in the mattress? We're not talking about shoes, we're talking about the whole person.
Check under it.
Do you need our help to look for?
well, if you would return to my Elise with me, we could double check the mattress, but I don't know. Maybe you could help me find her.
Yeah, to be honest though, we haven't gotten into too much rough stuff since we've been here. Kind of just hung out in this bar most of the time. Drinking my Mickey Lakas.
Yeah, I mean, it's well, um, she looks like she's not sure what to say, but she and then she kind of starts talking. She's like, "Well, my mother, she's Raven Blackhorn. I don't know if you've heard about her, but we've been adventuring a little bit. We're not major frontliners, but we do go out and help. But she's also a really good smith, and she kind of bites her tongue a little bit about, like, she's kind of trying to consider what she should say and what she shouldn't. Um, and she says, "Well, figured out how to make some items, like magic items that were helpful, and was working with she was working with a local guy, a gnome by the name of Bresson Squint." And he runs this place. He also runs a coffee shop called Hot Perks, and he was really close with her. But I don't know. I mean, I never really asked the right questions. You see, I'm only like 15, and I don't know. Just I don't have a good way with adults.
Muriel's
But I
pretty good
think,
with people. Anytime she talks to anybody, they tell her their whole life story. No, I mean not you. You're fine. We love hearing your life story.
yeah, and that she kind of like sits there like she just got caught, and she bites her tongue a little bit, and seems to consider her words more carefully. So while all this is going on, um, you just generally notice that, concerned about the new star and all its happenings in Midgard, um, your information gathering, in Thunderail has only added to your apprehension. You've retreated, a drink in hand, to ruminate on your findings when a commotion in front of the fireplace draws your attention. Ruby Knight, the genie warlock that Enzo was talking to earlier, begins to lurch back and forth, grabbing patrons as she stumbles. Falling to the floor, her avatar flickers. Bright strobes of light flash from her, causing those near her to shout and cover their eyes. A garbled electronic wail rises from her body as it jolts back and forth, skipping side to side. Finally, the ordeal ends. Ruby lurches up, grabbing hands offered to help her stand. She fell down basically right next to your table. And there's a dwarf barbarian nearby named Jim Pack, who kind of also steps in to help. And she says, "Steady, lass. I thought you'd suicided there for a second." Ruby shakes herself off and then sits down beside you. And she's like just kind of rubbing herself, trying to, like, she's like patting herself to make sure she's still there. And when she's doing that, you notice that there's an odd icon now that is floating above her head. And it's a diamond-shaped symbol that is usually reserved for quest givers. And after she pats herself a little bit just to, get herself back together, she glances up and seems to notice the symbol as well. And seeing everyone staring at her, she says, "It's okay. I'm all right. Just a glitch. I'll be fine. Just going to take a drink here."
Enzo gets up to offer her his chair, since it doesn't look like there's many left at the table. And
I suppose I should move her here. You guys got room. It's a big table. There's a chair here too.
All right, cool.
Yeah, and Jim Pack is now standing over here.
Enzo points up at the diamond over her and says, "You're a quest giver."
Yeah, you noticed that too. Oh, that is just so weird. Oh my God, my game menu just changed, and now I have a freaking quest. I mean, like a quest I can give people. Do you want a quest?
How does that even happen? And actually, yeah, well, it depends. I mean, I want to see it.
Okay, well, she says, let's see, how do I do this? And she seems to access her game menu, and a little like a semi-transparent screen pops up in front of her, and she pushes the button, and then a new quest item appears in your log, and the quest item is shrinking safe zone. And she, as she looks at it, she says, "This is just so weird. I just wrote this down today because I wanted to post it on the message board, and now it seems like the game AI has made me a freaking quest giver." So yeah, I guess I could just tell you guys because it's kind of what I've been doing already. So the safe zone in Elise has developed some holes. Each hole is surrounded by a faint, wavering red border. Holes appear at random, last for minutes to hours, then disappear. A group of low-level PvPers and PKers have started to take advantage of these holes. Lately, they've been ambushing newbies sheltering in the safe zone for loot and lulls. Some of these encounters have gotten seriously ugly and resulted in player deaths. And the objective is to stop the PvPers and PKers in Elise. Capture and confinement in jail is preferred, but lethal force is authorized to prevent player death by PvP. If possible, find out what is causing the safe zone to develop these holes. And she says, "Oh, this is interesting. So yeah, so the guilds had already offered rewards, and it seems like this quest has like collated that. So yeah, we're offering 150 gold. And as she says that, there's kind of a new chime, and another little icon appears underneath it. And she says, "Oh, weird. Now the game is awarding 100 experience points to any group of adventurers that completes this quest."
The PKers are
God, could my
killing
life?
low-level PCs inside the safe zones. But
I just got the reports earlier today. It's one of the reasons why I've been so stressed out.
oh fuck, that's me.
Yeah, yeah, it's you. I mean, I don't know. We've been trying to keep everybody safe, and I know not everyone has the same skill. Um, but for a long time, we've been worried that I don't know, just stuff's been going south, and the game creator clearly can't be trusted. She looks like she knows some stuff, but she doesn't want to speculate. And she looks at you, looks at the quest, and says, "Yeah, we've been finding weird bits of information, but none of it's conclusive, and I don't want to fan more fears. But at the same time, yeah, we really need help."
Is she talking just with Enzo, or is she addressing the whole the whole bar, or the whole hall, or just us?
So she's sitting here at the end of the table. She's talking to Enzo, but she's looking at the rest of you as she speaks. Because you're all here at the table, and clearly you saw the quest scroll. I mean, basically, when the quest giver gives you a quest, there's a visible image of a scroll that unrolls in front of the person that receives the quest, but everyone who is standing nearby can also read the quest. And there's like an accept or decline button underneath. So you can accept or decline the scroll. Um, but anyone can see it, and so you can all see this quest scroll in front of Enzo, and she's not talking quietly. She's this knowledge that she's been given has clearly been percolating in her, and she's having trouble keeping it down. It's like she knows that horrible thing that other people really should know, but people don't want to hear. And she knows that people don't want to hear it, but at the same time, she feels like she has to say it.
Enzo eyes his drink, picks it up, kind of shaking as he does, takes a sip from it, glances back at the quest, and then to Ruby, back at the quest. Forced to play. And he hits the accept
I'm,
button.
uh, and Ruby like just kind of leans forward and hugs you. She's like, "Oh my God, you just made my day. Thank you. And if you need any help, um, anything from Stella Requiem, let me know. Our guild leaders are good folks. So, and in fact, if you are looking to join a guild, there could be worse. You know about guilds. I don't even know what I'm saying." And then she kind of like takes a drink to. Uh, Go ahead.
Oh, no, continue.
She takes a drink to kind of shut herself up. She's just so used to kind of talking about this. She gets into explainer mode.
Kraken's part of your leadership. I mean, you guys are one of the best guilds there is. Uh, yeah, I I guess now is as good a time as any to join a guild. And he glances at the rest of the table. And I need a party.
Sana will, her hands are kind of trembling at the thought of stepping outside the safety zone, but remembering what her friend Selena had said about these holes in the safe zone, uh, combined with brief thoughts of her friend Michael at the mercy of these PKers, like little like fear-based visions, kind of settle her, kind of get a hold of her and steady her hand. And then she comes over, reaches over, and clicks accept on the quest, and said, uh, "Count me in."
So as you guys are talking and hitting the accept button on the quest, she says, uh, and she looks hopefully at Ruby and turns to her and kind of tilts her head from side to side. She is a dragonborn after all. Her tail whipping around, her iridescent frill kind of expanding inquisitively as she looks at Ruby, and she says, "Can I? How do you? Um, what about a quest to find my mom?" Just and she kind of shouts it at Ruby, unintentionally, but it kind of just shoots out of her, and Ruby looks at her and says, I'm sorry, I don't know about your mom, and I'm not yet really sure about how this quest thing works, but if you tell me more about it, maybe I can do something." Um, and then Thalia glances back over at Amuriel and Justice, almost as if for moral support, as if she's asking them if it's okay if she keeps talking.
Go ahead, dear. She's here to help.
So she kind of stutters a little bit, and then she says, "My mom disappeared. I think it might have something to do with the dim alley." And Ruby's like, "What dim alley?" And Thalia says, "Well, the dim alley that's over by the Drift Globe Inn. People there on our street, they know about it. It's scary." And as she talks, there's like a little second diamond that starts to appear above Ruby, and then you all hear this like ping, and then Ruby just kind of like looks. She's just baffled for a second, and she's like, "Is this how it works?" And she says, "Well, it looks like there's another quest to find Thalia's mom, Raven Blackhorn, disappeared in dim alley near the Drift Globe Inn, and the reward is 50 experience points and 50 gold." And that, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, why not add another quest while we're at it anyway?
Yeah, she looks at all of you with these like big pleading saucer eyes.
I got a soft spot for students.
Was Thalia one of your students?
I don't think so, but she sounds like one of them. Her mannerisms and her speech pattern seems like high school, maybe college, that little.
Sana will shrug and say, "In for a penny, in for a pound," and she'll accept. And thinking, she'd be freaking out herself if something had happened to her mom.
Okay, so you have also accepted Thalia's quest, and I'll need to modify your quest log when I am through with this.
And so we'll accept too.
Uh,
And we're all going in.
so All right. So after all of this has happened, things seem to calm down a little bit. You guys drink, enjoying the companionship of your newfound friends. Some of the other players drift by your table. You notice that Black Days is making the rounds. He's the Doom speaker, and he just kind of walks through the bar, chanting "Fear, fear! Doom is on us all. The star is a harbinger of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. The end is near." And he kind of does these um, drama person hands and looks at you in a glowering fashion that ends up being unintentionally comical as he passes. At another point in the evening, the very large, burly guy by the name of Big Dumb Fighter comes by and pounds his hand on the table. He also seems to like attention, and he says, "I hear you've been asking about the star," and he seems to have done this like for about 3 or 4 tables at this point. And he says, "I know about the star. The star is just a bright light in the sky. It's a fantasy game. Why are we surprised?" Then he takes another drink and walks off. But other than that, other than a few weirdos kind of shaking up your evening, nothing else major occurs. What do you guys want to do?
I was thinking about playing some music with Jin Jin if she's cool with it.
Okay. So Ginseng 7, absolutely. So you guys get together and collaborate. What is your instrument, or are you a singer?
Oh, Rob, I'm definitely not a singer, but Neri will try. Flute, drum, or lyre.
Okay.
We're gonna go with
So do you have drums? Okay, so you're gonna bang on the drums while Ginseng plays violin and sings.
Ooh, that doesn't sound like it goes well together. Let's go with the flute. Yeah.
Bongos and violin.
Yeah, we're gonna go with flute here. Thank you.
Okay, so you switch instruments and make something a little less cacophonous. If you wish, you can go ahead and roll a performance check to see how you do.
Oh, this could be really bad. We're such low levels. Oh god.
And I will. You will have advantage because you and Ginseng are collaborating.
I'm probably going
And
to
I
need
will let.
inspiration on this.
I don't need. Yeah, 11.
13.
You guys play relative. You play rather well. I mean, it's not like people are throwing silver pieces at you, but you do end up with. Let's see. You do end up with a copper in your inventory as someone goes ahead and sponsors you for a little bit of money.
Hey, it's all for fun, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the paladin over here in the corner, Morgan Schnee. She's like, keep practicing. It's good. Okay. Oh, Justice, you are a player as well.
Get in here, Justice.
All right. So do we get some accompaniment? What is Justice going to do?
He is going to tickle the keys.
Oh, he's a pianist. Okay. Well, go ahead and roll another performance check there.
I'm going to give you a bardic inspiration as well.
Oh, not
Holy
bad.
cow. All right. So with the addition of Justice, it just really fills out the music. You guys really click now and are playing like you've practiced for some time together, and the sponsorship donations do go up quite a bit. So both Justice and Nerium will get, let's see, 3 silver pieces on top of the 1 copper piece Nerium got earlier. And yeah, so Morgan's over in the corner is like, yeah, I knew you had potential. And Thalia's kind of dancing around and hopping and waving her tail about over here on like kind of a dance floor-ish area. Yes, she has a tail. She's a dragonborn. Well, this dragonborn does. Not all dragonborn do, but she does.
Oh yeah, we're making it poppin'. This is great.
Yeah, you have to be careful though, because Thalia does seem to have a tendency to possibly knock beverages over with her tail, even though they just fall into pixels before they hit the floor. It's awkward.
It's still a waste of money, man.
Okay, so you guys want to do anything else in this tavern?
I think that's all I wanted to do.
Okay.
Enzo's kind of anxious
So
to leave, both at the
I'm sorry, go ahead.
thought of this quest, both is frightening and appealing at the same time. But he's not saying anything to his party here. He doesn't want to push for him to go, but he's ready to leave.
Yeah, after the song dies down, Thalia also appears to be anxious. And so are you guys leaving or not?
Yes.
Yeah, so Sanaa is thinking, better go before before I get cold feet. But she will take 1 second to get her favorite drink to go. The only kind of drink a hardcore inventor like her would can truly love: a mug of extra strong black coffee mixed with Jack Daniels.
Delicious.
Nice. Okay, so this time Abigail, she says, "Oh, something special from old Jack." And so she tinkles her fingers across the glass containers behind the bar and pulls out a mug that has runes upon it. This is Midgard after all. And pours in the combination of beverages which steam and hissle and froth. And she says, I call this a Scottish stormy. And when she touches the cup, waves roll and swirl in the glass, even as steam rises up, forming like a little thundercloud that occasionally issues a little spark as you drink it, and hands the mug to you.
Sanaa will raise the mug in appreciation, say cheers, and knock it back. She's gonna need
That's
all.
good.
She's gonna need all the liquid courage she can get.
Yeah, as you drink it, you swear you feel like the roll of like a ship on a stormy sea.
And she'll think to herself, I want out of this game, but I would be lying if I said I won't miss this.
Okay, so can you guys give me your passive perceptions again? Because as you stand up, you're gonna notice something, or maybe notice something.
13.
13 for Justice is 14.
Enzo's a 13.
13 for Enzo. Sana's 13. Nerium is 12, and okay.
Arrow's a 14 and
Yeah.
has advantage if they rely on sight.
No. All right, so Arrow can go ahead and just roll with advantage.
Arrow has a 23.
Okay, so both Justice and Arrow notice that Thalia is carrying a rather odd dagger of some strange black crystal material. You guys didn't notice it when she was dancing because she was kind of hyper about it. But as she stands up slowly, the dark crystalline pommel catches the light in an odd way, which both catches the bird of prey's eyes and the well-trained eyes of Justice. You've never seen this material before in game. Enzo, I'm sorry. Yeah, so it's just Justice. Oh, yeah, but you're seeing through the eyes of your hawk. Go ahead
Well, that
and
takes an action, but Arrow can get my attention just long enough for me to glance and take note of it.
I'm gonna point it out right away, though. I'm gonna be like, "That's a weird knife you got there."
Thalia like immediately is like, "Oh, my mom made it for me." She looks like she's like swallowing a toad.
May I see it? It's quite unique.
Okay. So she puts her hands on it and she draws it out, and the entire blade handle, which is wrapped in a cloth material that binds tightly to it, and pommel is formed of the same crystalline substance. This substance is dark, like obsidian, and yet at the same time, when she pulls it out, there's an odd rippling in the air, as if there's some kind of distortion. Seeing it, Enzo, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check. And she hands it to you, Justice. And she's like tentative about it. She's like, mom made this for me. You'll give it back, right?
Absolutely, I wouldn't dream of keeping it from you for a second longer. And
Yeah.
I'll start handing it back to her.
Okay. Well, she hands it to you, and she's happy to let you observe it as long as you're going to give it back. Oh, 16 on your Arcana check. So, Enzo, you notice that the dagger radiates an aura of necromancy.
Are we all seeing this?
Well, Enzo's eyes swirl with arcane detection.
Can Agatha try? Can Sana try a Arcana check?
Enzo can tell you if he wishes, but if not, then you can make an Arcana check as well.
If Sana seems interested, which I'm guessing she is since she's like looking over at it, I'll point that out. Like there's a aura of necromancy about this.
So as you guys are kind of talking about this, Thalia again kind of pipes up as if like the floodgates open once again. And she says, well, my mom was an expert smith. She made it.
Did she
This perks Sena's interest up more. Sena will ask, do you know what she used to make it? What sort of components?
So Thalia kind of purses her lips a little bit. Roll me a persuasion check and tell me what you ask her to get her to say this, because she's not sure if she wants to tell you.
Oh boy, -1, huh? Let's give it a shot. Yeah, I'm gonna say, well, Sana will say, do you know what components she used to make it? It might provide some clues as to her whereabouts.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, you rolled a 1. So she's like, she looks like she's like, she really wants to find her mom, but at the same time, when you ask her this, she's like, "Mom told me not to say." And she kind of shrugs her shoulders like like you can kind of see this. I mean, she's a 13-year-old, playing in a Dungeons and Dragons game. So I'm sorry, 15-year-old, and so the 15-year-old kind of teenage display of emotions, like heart on your sleeve, is going on, and you can kind of tell, those of you with an insight of 11 or higher, that she's wondering if her mom was right to tell her she shouldn't tell anybody, and whether or not this knowledge is going to help you find her.
Enzo will actually prompt with that, saying, the more we know about her, and perhaps even this, it may help us in finding her.
Did we get inspiration? I mean, did we start this with inspiration?
You do have inspiration, so if you want to re-roll a persuasion, or ask someone else to assist you with a roll, you can do that.
If I can take Slade's very, very good logical point as assistance and try and roll. Do I get to roll advantage or just re-roll?
Yeah, I'll let you use Slade as as advantage, as help there.
17.
Okay, so Thalia appears to arrive to a conclusion, and she says, "Well, I don't know what the materials were, but or what they were called, but they were little crystals that looked like this," and she points to their dagger. And Raven went to the black market often to get them. And well, sometimes she says she found them, but I don't know where. Although Preston Squint Eye would know, because he's the one that sells these things. And then she puts her hand in front of her mouth like she just said something that she shouldn't.
There's a black market in this game?
So Thalia shrugs and says, "Well, Mom said that the NPCs wouldn't sell it."
I guess that makes sense. But it's not for sale in the Emporium, is it? I'm gonna go with it's not.
Bresson was selling it from his coffee shop.
A black market.
In the mugs.
Wouldn't be a truly immersive medieval type setting if there wasn't some seedy back alley where you could do all sorts of unapproved stuff.
I guess we're going to a coffee shop.
Neri perks up for that.
So now I wouldn't mind another cup of Joe.
Yeah,
I hope they have
you got a
tea.
little. Thalia says, "Yeah, they have tea too." Breston actually likes tea more than coffee, but most people like coffee more. I don't know why.
I prefer coffee.
It's too bitter. It keeps me up all night.
Yeah, so she looks at Enzo like he's weird, and then kind of saunters a little bit closer to Muriel, and then she sticks her tongue out at Enzo and says, "Ew, it is yucky."
You're right, dear. It is yucky.
She looks like she wants to hug you, but she doesn't. You can tell she's feeling lonely, but she seems happy that she's with you now, even though she's conflicted about what to say or what's right to say and what's not. All right,
But
so
when
do you
we get
guys
there,
leave?
I'll get you a cookie.
She's like, oh, they have these great chocolate scones. They break into the most crunchable pixels you've ever seen.
I do like these pixels.
They're pixelicious.
They are pixelicious, indeed. All right, so I suppose we are going off to a coffee shop.
Yeah.
Yep.
So now that Thalia seems to have your trust and devotion, she is happy to lead you on to the coffee shop. And so let me gather you together. And Ruby Knight says, bids you farewell and hope to see you soon over at the Guild Hall, and good luck in your quest. Let's see, I think I have everybody, so let's just go ahead and do the teleportation crystal thing.
Rob, can you
Or
round
you
up
can
the
just
name
walk.
of that guild I joined?
So do you actually want to be a part of Stellar Requiem? Yeah.
That's unless we intend to join our own or make our own guild. I'll
Yeah.
join them.
Stellar Requiem is the guild of the other group too. I can name the other major guilds for you.
Nah, this is fine.
There's Big Shark, yes.
Big shark.
And I would have to look at my guild list, but that was one of them. I have to. I'm not going to say them all now. I'm not going to take the time to look up my guild list.
Yep.
So you guys gather together, and you can either just take the door out to Mayo Elise, or you can use your teleport crystals to teleport to a place closer to Hot Perks, which is Breston's coffee shop. That's
I mean, none
probably
of the
just easier
cities
to
are
use your
that big. We can just walk out the door and be there.
Okay, so you just walk out, you travel down the street a little ways and arrive outside Hot Perks. So I'll just go ahead and put you there. And I didn't make a really big map for this, so you guys are going to all be single file out here in the streets. And you guys can rearrange yourselves. Let me go ahead and move the tab here to Hot Perks. And it is the door is open. It's still, it's early evening. The lights are on. There are definitely people in here. I just didn't really populate this. There is an elvish musician playing in one of the corners on a harp. People are reading their game menus or electronic novels, or looking through various in-game type announcements, or watching gaming feeds while sitting here and enjoying a hot cup of whatever their hot beverage preference is. And so inside, so Thalia points inside, and she says, "Well, you can get the cookies and the tea and the coffee, and there's Bresson." And she points behind the counter, and you see a gnome. His name is, as Thalia has informed you, Bresson Squint Eye. And as his patrons are enjoying his wares, he appears to be busy packing various containers with stuff. And this is what you can notice from the doorway. And the containers he's basically filling up with these black mugs. He's emptying himself of his shelves of black mugs that he had arrayed about the shelves. So you guys can enter if you wish. The door is right. Yeah, there are two doors, right here and right here. Oh, did I not move you guys? Yeah, I did. Okay, there we go.
We're here.
I should move you into squares. So you may enter if you wish. Thalia will go ahead and go in because she's enamored with the thought of tasty pixels.
I'm gonna loop my arm into Thalia's arm, and I'm gonna walk her to the counter and offer to buy her some tasty pixel.
Okay, so you go to the counter with Thalia. You can move. You should be able to move your token. Can you?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So Thalia scampers up, and with Muriel in arm, and she looks up at Bresson Squint Eye, who doesn't really seem to notice her because he's too busy packing crates full of his black mugs. And she says, she puts her hand on the counter and she says, "Tasty pixels, please." And this makes him jump, and the coffee cups kind of clatter in their box, and he bumps his elbow and he says, "Wow, if this weren't a safe zone, you would have really got my funny bone there, dear. All right, I'll get you some tasty pixels." And then he moves over to the counter, grabs a cookie, and hands it to Thalia, and looks at Muriel. At you as well? Or could I
Yeah.
interest you in
Can I get 2 chamomile teas too?
chamomile? You're gonna knock yourself out. And
So
he
good.
rummages on. he rummages under the counter, produces 2 non-black mugs of hot water, finds the tea bags, which are, instead of bags, are these little golden motes, which he drops into the liquid, which is very reminiscent of water, and it spreads through them. And he says, "I hope you don't mind a drop of honey," and hands
Oh,
you the
that
2
makes it
cups.
so much better.
Ah, yes. I find it soothes right before bedtime. Puts me right out. I got lots of work to do, so I'm sticking with the old cup of joe.
How much will
Maybe.
that be?
Oh, so that'll be just let's see, copper for the cookie and 2 coppers for each of the cups of tea. So a total of 5 coppers.
Okay,
Here
here
you
you
go.
go.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
give him
give
an
him an
extra
extra one
for a
for a
tip.
tip.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm gonna need that. Unfortunately, we're closing up business.
Why you closing?
Oh, he glances sidelong at Thalia somewhat inquisitively, and then looks back at you. And he says, "Well, let's just say the business has gone sour a bit."
Oh, I don't like sour. That's not a good taste.
Oh, well, I didn't say salad, but sour. Yes, I don't
Oh,
like salad either. I prefer cheese. Not little leafy vegetables. I'm a
So,
gnome, not a rabbit.
is it because all these people keep going missing that it's all salady, soury?
How did you hear about that? And
Oh, I hear
he looks
things.
sternly at Thalia.
You know,
When you
us
ask him,
old ladies.
when you ask him this, he seems to get a little fidgety. His foot starts to kind of tap up and down. Well, things are becoming too risky, too risky. And you know you can he's even with your insight he's obviously holding something back. He's got a terrible deception. You can try to intimidate or persuade him to reveal the thing that he's holding back, but you need to say something clever too.
I'm gonna try to keep it civil. Persuade.
Okay.
Maybe something along the lines of the guilds are asking questions. Or maybe that's a little too much.
Salady sour.
I'm just trying to help out this little lady find her. She misses her mother, and you know, being a mother of many myself, it really hurts me to the core. And I'm gonna try to persuade him. So anything we can use to help, I would just love some help. Little girl's mom.
Oh,
Can I help her
that's so
out,
sweet.
Jerusalem? Back her up.
Yes, indeed you can. What do you do?
I give him the goo goo eyes and say, "Yeah, we're just trying to help out this young girl find her mother."
And Thalia's just sitting there like with these big saucer eyes, and she says, "You worked with Raven." And so to all of that, he just kind of melts, and he says, "Oh, well, all right, just come a little closer. I don't want anyone to hear. Yeah, that's right.
Good, 'cause
Gather
I
around."
can see out of my left ear.
Yeah, so you guys gather around, and he says, "Well, you see, I've been selling these items. They're they're made of a thing called Deep Shard. She's got one," and he points to Thalia. Me and Raven and Giles, you see, we worked in the shop downstairs. Well, you can't see the stairs. They're hidden under that floorboard over there. But downstairs, yes, there's a nice workshop down there with a forge and a little vent that goes right out into the sewers, and no one knew the better because, well, the NPCs weren't selling it, and they said it was cursed. But I don't see how, because it doesn't really do anything that I know of. It's bad, but it makes these real keen little magic items. What is weird is, well, where the dark shard comes from.
Where does it come from?
He kind of pauses like he's waiting for someone to ask him. He says, "Funny you should ask." Well, so Raven said she started to find it over by the tree, Yggdrasil, a couple weeks ago. And then over near the dim alley, and he looks over at Thalia and he says, "You knew about it. She just told you not to tell, didn't she?" And Thalia kind of nods solemnly. Eh, He says it's understandable. The NPCs won't sell it. They say it's cursed, and we've been doing it in secret just as a precaution. But I don't know what's wrong with it, or didn't think anything was until people started disappearing. First Giles, and now this poor girl's Raven. I figure they're coming for me next, whoever they are.
Anyone who has their hands who acquired this substance, these daggers.
Oh, they're not just daggers. He pulls out one of the mugs that he was packing, and he breaks it on the floor in front of you, and it scatters into these pixels, which you realize were just a skin for a short sword made of the substance. He says, "I suppose you can have it. I won't be selling it now."
So the mug turned into a short sword.
Yep, he just broke the mug on the floor, and the pixels resolved into a short sword. Clever little skin. Giles designed them.
That's so
He was.
cool.
It's just a skin. You can do it with anything if you have a high enough skill.
I look at Sana.
At least that's what Giles said before he disappeared. And I'll go ahead and reveal. Actually, you don't know what this thing does yet, so I won't reveal it yet. But you do have in your possession a short sword made out of this deep shard material now, if you wish to keep it. Apparently there is rumor that it is cursed from the NPCs, but no one knows why.
I suppose if we kept it, whoever is responsible for Raven's disappearance might come for us, and we could turn that to our advantage.
So when you guys start to speculate about whether or not people are coming for the owners of these implements, Brisson starts looking around like over his shoulder, and he says, "Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they're coming to get us, but whoever they may be. But I do know that Raven, she collected these. She was our, well, she and Giles both. So I suppose it could have been when they went to get them. They've
And
been
that's in
finding
the
them in
dim
the
alley.
dim alley lately, which is closer than Yggdrasil. At first they were finding them in Yggdrasil, and we didn't have, well, we had to travel overland to get to there. And that took some time. But dim alley's just around the corner. You know how these hometowns are. They're pretty small.
Right.
So over near the drift globe. For some reason they just show up there now and then. No one really wants to go in there. It's really dark. I wouldn't go in there.
Well, if we're gonna find Raven, I guess that's where we're going, guys.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to ask, when you say dark, you mean just regular darkness, or is it something that not even light sources of or magical or otherwise can penetrate?
Well, see, that's the weird thing. It's like it's not. Well, how did Giles describe it? So you carry a light in there, and it just dims it down, and then it's almost like a source of unlight comes from, what did he say? Oh, yes, a lamppost that was in the alley, about the center of the alley, and rather than emitting light, it emitted shadow.
Hmm. A
If you
lamppost
walk
that's
by it, you'll see.
a lamppost that emits
I'm sorry.
a lamppost that emits some kind of anti-light.
Yes, indeed. Like it went wrong somehow. Like it glitched in the game.
Interesting.
Or maybe not. Maybe this is a part of the game. Who knows? Who knows?
I would call it a
I'm not
dock post.
a dock post. What's that?
Like a light post, but dark.
Oh, well, that
was
makes sense.
amazing. Oh my god. I love you.
Dim alley, dark
Grandma.
post.
Well, Bresson turns to let's see, who would he turn to among you guys? He turns to Slade and he kind of like puts an eyebrow into the air. He's like, I thought she said dock post, but oh well. Don't
Enzo
mind me.
shrugs and said, "Clearly, it was dark post."
Oh, yeah, obviously. I just hit me over the head with a stick or something.
He's just poking fun at him.
This is awesome. He says, "Well, I wish I could help, but I'm not. I'm pretty useless when it comes to like investigating these kinds of things. But if you do find Raven and Giles, please tell them to DM me. I really do worry about them."
We definitely will tell them to direct message you. Yep. Do you have any more of these really cool black mug things that just explode into items?
Oh, yes. You see, I'm having to take my stock with me, but I could give you one more. I, I don't know. I just hate to. We put so much work into these, and I just hate to leave them. I can't seem to bring myself to part with them. But you may have another. And he pulls out another mug and he with a flourish slams it onto the floor, and the pixels break up and then re-resolve into a spear tipped
That's
in this
amazing. Every
deep
time I
shard
see it,
material.
it's amazing.
So you now have a deep shard short sword and a deep shard spear.
Couldn't be a rapier, could it?
Sorry.
I thank him.
But
That was
he,
really nice.
What did it turn into?
a spear.
Spear.
So there's a short sword and a spear.
Either of those are finesse weapons, right?
The short sword is.
Short sword.
Oh wait, a short sword is not a simple weapon.
Do you all?
Neither of those items are useful to Sana. So if anyone else wants them,
A ranger or a bard can both use the short sword effectively, I'm sure. And the spear probably is best in the hands of our paladin or the ranger, but I think the ranger's dex based. Justice.
Yeah. I'm dex based.
Yeah.
And Johnson, why don't you go ahead and take the short sword if you want it?
Oh no, that's all you.
I mean, you already got it, and I mean that's your dex based too, yeah.
Yeah, but my deck's kind of is sad right now. So you can definitely have it if you're gonna use it.
But like I don't know, and I'm kind of scared too because aren't they cursed?
Yeah, let's wait until we get that pearl. Muriel, do you have a pearl necklace perchance that you know is worth 100 gold pieces?
She does, but not here.
Well, darn. She should get
She's got tons of them. She loves her pearls.
Ugh. You know what? In game, man. We need it in game.
Well, I got a hunting rifle back home. That's not gonna. I mean, that'd be great to have here.
Yeah, but you know, Sanaa could make it for us. She can't make us a pearl necklace. Well, you know what? I'm just not even gonna go there. We're just gonna end that. I'm good.
Oh
Never
my.
mind. Lord help me.
Okay, yeah. So, moving on. um,
Let's
Sorry, guys.
let's put
no,
these
it's like, no,
cursed
no, it's
items.
fine. It's
Are we
fine.
even gonna put them in our
I
inventory,
just,
guys? Or are we just gonna put them away somewhere?
I put them in the inventory for now.
Yeah.
all right, so you guys are not going to equip these items and find out what they do?
I mean,
Not
I'm
yet.
tempted now that you've said that. But I feel like this
Well, I
character is
mean, I would
smarter
be
than
remiss
usual.
in I'd be remiss in my duties as a game master if I did not. But I'm sorry, what was the question?
My character is smart enough not to do it, so never mind.
All right, very well. So you carefully store these in your item storage menu, and they disappear. But you all wonder. You seem to wonder what they do, and Thalia is also still wearing hers. The mention that it was cursed, though, does claw, I suppose, doubt into the back of your mind as you consider what your options are. So, is it off to the dim alley next?
Oh, yeah.
The alley.
I mean, could we scrape together 100 gold right now? Real question.
Minus the gold cost for a cup of coffee that I'm getting at this
That's
place
fine.
before we leave.
I'll give you my
Um,
money we made from the little party we had.
yeah, Bresson seems guilty now. He seems to feel guilty now that he's been questioned, and he seems to be thinking that maybe he's somehow responsible for all this. And he says, "Well, you can have the any other beverage for what you've already paid, within reason."
I'll take a chai latte to go. Thanks.
All right, he's happy to make you one. He pulls out the little pearls and then plops them into the water. They come out of this like brewing machine dispensary, which he manipulates in a very gnomish fashion to produce different little beads. And he drops the chai latte bead into the cup, and it poof forms into your beautiful beverage.
That's so awesome. I could really use one of those.
The wonders of virtual reality. Labor saving. Although I sometimes wish I could just, make a drink. I should talk to Abigail, see what she does. All right, so you all departing fully caffeinated, or for some of you, fully chamomiled? Is that a descriptor?
Fully caffeinated. Fully caffeinated. Yes. If I'm gonna die, I want to die with my heart already beating 1,000 miles a minute.
If we're
It
taking that route,
relaxes me.
can I get an espresso?
All right, Enzo's gotten an espresso. Our good bard Nerium has a latte. There's 2 chamomiles, both for the grandma and grandpa over here, who are both looking really badass. Thalia has her cookie, which is breaking into yummy, crunchable pixels. I guess.
I think we're off to the dim alley.
Okay, so we're off to see the dim alley. I'll gather you together and move you off to my next map. Bresson says, "Good luck storming the castle." All
At
right.
that, Enzo opens up his spell book, starts flipping through the pages, and is looking up because hell, he's never left the safe zone. He's remember how to cast it. Mage armor.
Oh yeah, and when you do that, Thalia looks at you and kind of seems to recognize the incantation skin and sequence. Yeah, there's kind of like a power up sequence to it. And she casts it as well. She's like, oh, all right, let me move you guys to the dim alley.
Might
Oh,
need it.
actually, you know what? I should probably activate Fog of War. Yes. Yeah, because I don't want to reveal everything that's there to you guys. Oh gosh, I almost spoiled this. Okay. Turned on some Fog of War. Now let's move people close to the alley. Thalia is happy to guide you over to the Drift Globe Inn and to the dim alley, and then let me reveal some areas that you can see. Sorry, it's going to take me just a little while to do this because I do not have vision blocking set up. I am not that fancy yet. So you come to a, I could probably reveal a bit more down this alley. Should probably just give you the whole view here. Okay. So let's move the flag and you should be able to see this. So you come to an area where shadow seems to spill out of an alley, seeming to unilluminate the area, centered on a lamppost that is very unlamp-like. Instead, holding above it in its glass container, like an oily, shifting globe of darkness.
Anyone here
Shadows
not?
seem. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna ask the party. Anyone here not have dark vision?
I'm good.
So passing the drift globe in, you notice its floating namesake on the air out front. In the air out front, casting bright light into the street over passersby as it languidly floats back and forth on its silver chain. The alley to the left of the inn is another story. Left as you're facing the inn. Shadows seem to bend and twist in odd fashion, spilling out of the alley like a pool of unlight. Passers-by give the street the alley a wide berth. However, now and then, as Thalia tells you, adventurers like her mother would enter the alley, and she seems to like her tongue seems to have been loosened a little bit now that Preston has spoken, and she says, "Mom knew adventurers would go there sometimes, like her, um, to investigate because it was strange. But other people found the deep shard too, um, and she did know of others disappearing. Um, there's some strange things about it." So you are standing outside. You can see down to this is the lamppost. Oh, hold on, this is the lamppost here. This is the entry to Drift Globe Inn. And you can see the shadows spilling out.
Can you ping the lamppost again? Okay, I see it.
Yeah, and you can't see it very well. I mean, it's like the shadow pulling about it, it seems to spill on the ground. But if you are looking at it, go ahead and roll me active perception checks. Oh, wow. Okay, so Sana and Justice both. Oh, and Emiriel. Oh, you guys are hot to trot on these perception checks. So all of you who have just rolled perception, do you notice that the street, though veiled in a pool of shadow, is the cobbles are uneven here, and here and there roots seem to spring up from between the displaced cobblestones.
You said roots, grass.
Roots.
Hmm.
Could this be a nature check kind of thing if I got closer?
If you got closer and examined it, you could, yeah.
Why not?
All right, so you're gonna go down there.
With a buddy.
Yeah, I'll go with.
With that buddy system we're working on here.
All right, I will reveal a little bit more of the shadows back here. Let's see, can you guys see if you can? I don't think you can see the wall yet. There we go. Yeah, the shadows continue. Okay, so you. It is pretty dark here. Although your dark vision does pierce it, and yeah, as you approach it, there are clearly large, shiny roots, dark shiny roots that rise up from between the cobblestones here, and they also come out of the wall. Let's see who dropped the deep shard items into their storage.
I was gonna say
Okay,
probably
so Nerium, you get a little. Oh, actually, hold on. As you go down the alley, something happens first before I give you the other thing. So as you step into the alley, and if you wish to stop, you can. But I'll tell you when you get this alert message. So once you're 10 feet into the alley, so about here, you get an alert message on your heads-up display, and it reads this. I'll just go ahead and copy and paste this. I'm just gonna copy and paste this into Roll20 so everyone can see it. So you get this alert in your heads-up display. Warning: leaving safe zone.
Of course. I tell the people behind me, hey, so if we keep going, it's not going to be safe. So could we buddy up a little bit more?
It would explain how Raven disappeared if she wasn't under the aegis of a safe zone. All right, well, Sana is definitely not a front liner, so she'll stay a little bit at the back, but she'll come
Okay,
forward.
so this. Oh, that's the eagle. Okay, yeah. So the eagle's up on the roof there.
yeah.
Enzo.
Yep. Hawk
Yeah.
arrow lands up there to watch.
Gotcha. Yeah, and it kind of makes the chime as you get the warning. It's like ding, and it flickers once you hit that area.
Because that's not ominous.
It's fun using these like game things to build tension. Yeah, you're definitely going to hate that chime. Absolutely. I should probably clear away this rooftop here too. Because we got the eagle up there. I'm going to clear away some rooftops. Okay, that's weird. Roll 20, why are you acting up? There we go. I'll clear away some rooftop here. The rooftop continues on as well, but I'll just clear away some more of this rooftop up here. All right. So what are you guys doing?
I'm still gonna go. Now I have a posse. I feel way better about this.
Yes, so your friends cluster around you. It's like, I don't know, bravery by bandwagon.
Oh yeah. Watch me get like a really low nature score for this.
Maybe I should send Arrow first. Arrow's a sprite.
Yeah, do that. Yeah. Let's do that.
All right, Arrow. Fly ahead.
Okay, go ahead and send Arrow where you want him to go. Okay, let me go ahead and reveal some more. And you're flying at rooftop level, I assume?
Yeah, right down the alley at rooftop level.
Okay, so up where you are, there's not as much shadow, and Arrow does not get the warning leaving safe zone, and he can see much better. So I'm just going to go ahead and reveal what he can see. You can also see rooftop to your right where there's the dark area, but I've got something else there. Spoiler alert.
Mm-hmm. We see a rooftop.
Yep, you guys see a rooftop.
All right. Should I just have Arrow
So
fly to the end of the alley?
Yeah, the shadows taper off over here.
Okay, so I guess Arrow will fly there and then come back.
Let me check. Go ahead and since Arrow has advantage on perception checks, go ahead and give me a perception check with advantage. There is you see a dark crystalline shard here, which if you are looking through Arrow's eyes, Enzo recognizes as of the same substance as Thalia's dagger. And you also notice one here. Just kind of buried in some trash, but you catch a little glint.
Okay, well, Arrow will come back and I will point out to the rest of the party where these dark shards are.
So you have now found two more. They're actually called deep shards.
Deep shards. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I've been calling them. They're dark in color. So, and I've been using that to describe them. But the technical word I'm using is deep shard. I thought about calling them dark shards, but this is yeah. So there are two. One here and one here. Do you wish to collect them?
You know, I already have 2 in my inventory. What is I'm first gonna check out this route, but what's 2 more? You know?
Okay. So you go and grab them?
Yeah, toss them in the inventory.
All right, move yourself over to there.
Justice.
All right. All right, so you go grab them, and you toss them into your inventory.
Yeah, this sounds like a horrible idea when you ask me.
Okay, yep, you get them. You toss them into your inventory. Oh, but you did approach this first, so I should tell you what happens first as you approach that. So when you approach that, you get a notification from your deep shard. Do you have both of the items, or is it just the one?
I think I'm holding on to both of them because we need to identify them.
Okay. So you get an item notification from each of them.
Interesting.
It's just like flashing. You know, it's basically an alert coming from the item.
Where's the dragon lizard?
Oh, Thalia. Sorry, I didn't move Thalia. Thalia would be back here with you guys. Yeah.
Does she know more about these shards, or is she also in the dark?
You gonna ask her a question about it?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask her to approach the tree and see if she got an item notification that's more than just a bleep.
Okay, so she approaches it. She has her item equipped, and when she does, she says, I can see through the lamppost. There's a corridor over there."
Cool. So guys, you want to go explore this corridor of darkness?
No.
Was that a yes, Ringo?
She
Wait,
said
was
it,
that a
it.
yes? I think I heard yes.
She says it opens into some kind of dark, cold corridor. That's like the alley. It's filled with shadow. At least what I can see. I can't see too far. Maybe about 10 feet. And but the stones are different. They appear to be. Um. Yeah. I mean, like someone was really good at making it.
I can do dark and cold, but I'm not a big fan of corridors. But I guess I'll.
We got this, Muriel. Just hold on to your dragonborn's tail. We got this.
Okay. So you guys try to go.
Can I check out this route first, Rob? Just to see.
Yeah. Go ahead and look at the route. You can't see what Thalia's talking about though, and you're still getting the item alerts.
I have a 15.
Okay, 15 on the nature check. So you have actually been to Yggdrasil to go talk to the snakes, and these look like Yggdrasil roots,
That could be a bad thing.
which is weird because Yggdrasil is way, way, way to the north.
Okay. Can I cut off a sample?
Sure, if you want.
I definitely relay this information to the party to see if they can speculate on why this might be here.
So you cut off a sample. It turns into like an item bulb, and it says Yggdrasil root tip, which is a we'll just call this a common material. Okay.
Gotcha.
So now you're receiving alerts from the two deep shards and the two weapons. And you have a Yggdrasil root tip.
I mean, is that really that weird?
Is what weird?
Yggdrasil being everywhere just seems like that would be a thing.
Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little weird to be in the middle of a safe zone in a city.
Well, you haven't seen Yggdrasil roots out here before, but they could have been underground the whole time. The tree is really damn big.
And so shrugs. It's supposed to connect to other worlds.
It is supposed to connect to other worlds. That's true.
I don't see this corridor though.
Thalia's like, I'm looking into another world. It's weird.
So we follow the route and into to another area? Maybe that's how this works.
Let's do it.
Are you guys gonna try to go in?
We're already here.
Who's going first?
It's quite possible that's where Raven and Giles went. Giles?
First,
Preston
and
called him Giles, but it's spelled it's spelled
you going
Giles.
stealth?
Oh, you're going stealth. Okay.
I'm gonna try to sneak in.
All right, roll a stealth check. You're really stealthy.
7. I'm gonna roll around this corner the whole time, going do.
Yeah, Mission Impossible theme song is definitely one of your favorites. All right. So you walk right up and try to push through the wall, and it is very solid rock.
Let's go home.
We tried.
Maybe
No,
it
but
needs maybe it needs some damage.
maybe the deep shard the key, or this. She said she saw the corridor. Maybe she knows the way in.
I think
He's like, I
Justice
don't know
is
how
right.
you didn't go in. You're standing right there. I mean, I there's like a cold wind blowing on me. This is weird.
Touch one of the dark shards to it.
You gonna pull a deep shard out of Nerium's inventory?
I mean, if you want to try, we could try.
All right. So what do you give Justice?
Oh, I get to give it to Justice. I give him the spear so he can poke it.
Okay.
Nice distance.
Justice, you now have a deep shard spear in your inventory. Do you wish to equip it?
I wish to equip it.
All right, so you equip it. You are now equipped with a deep shard spear. This deep shard spear is a magical weapon. If you you get the following information in your attack field. If you score a critical hit with it, it does an extra 1 point of necrotic damage. In addition, as you hold on to it, another heads-up display box appears, which seems to be a filter that falls over your vision, basically your front vision. And now you see a corridor, and I'll go ahead and reveal it since one of the PCs now is equipped with a deep shard item. And your vision doesn't go too far, about 10 feet into this corridor, which was not there before, which all you saw was wall before.
Well, I will definitely let them know that I can see through it now with the deep shard, and that is definitely the key. Can I pass? I put my hand against the wall. Does it go through?
Oh, it goes through, yeah.
You want to hand these out then, and Nerium, and gather the troops?
Can't we just all hold hands and go through?
So that's a good question. Do you want to hold someone's hand and see if they can see it too?
Yes. I'll try it with Nerium. She's right here.
Okay, so Nerium doesn't have one equipped. So you grab Nerium's hand, Nerium speaking about it, and holding Nerium's hand, um, your vision, Nerium, also changes to the new filter, and you see into the corridor.
Cool. Can I push my hand through it?
Yeah, you can.
All right, guys. Single file, hand in hand. Let's do this. Was that school? The two Madeline or something?
I don't know. It does sound familiar, though.
Something like that.
All right.
I'll take one of
All
those
right. So,
extra shards. Not the spear, but one of the shards we picked up.
all right.
Yeah,
So you take the shard.
Oh, yeah, you totally were already wrote what I was about to say. Yeah, I'm gonna switch out to the short sword if you don't mind.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So switching out to the short sword. Let's see. Is there any? Oop. Oh, that is weird.
Did Sanaa want anything? Or Muriel?
Oh, there we go. Oh, that is cool. Interesting. So you can turn your little handouts into like a shadow, so you can see through it. Oh, roll 20. All right. So Enzo takes a deep shard crystal in hand, and his filter also changes directly. Let's see, does he notice anything? Nah, you won't notice anything else just by holding it. But
If
you do
there's a,
see into the corridor as well.
if there's a shard left over, Sanaa will take one.
Yeah, there's still a spear and a shard.
Okay. Sanaa will take the spear.
Okay.
Cool. Noted.
All right. So I think Muriel now is the only one without something. Muriel can hold someone's hand and also see if she wishes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
just
just
gonna
gonna
hold
hold
her
their
hand.
hand,
Whoever.
whoever.
Okay, Thalia will give you her hand. All right, so entering into the corridor, I'll go ahead and reveal a little bit more. The shadows do seem to start to fall off as you enter. And I've got a little bit of description here. So you pass through what appears to be an archway that forms as you walk through the wall. And when you do, you notice that on the inside bend of the archway, there are runes in Dwarven. Do you speak Dwarven?
Sanaa speaks Dwarven.
Did you walk through?
Oh, yeah, Sanaa will walk through.
Okay. It says stranger beware. And holding the ingot of black crystal or the deep shard weapon before you, space bends as you pass behind the lamppost capped in darkness. The distortion forms an opening into a chamber of expertly worked stone. Precise blocks neatly fitted form a floor that leads through an archway formed by expert hands. Within the alley, the light is dim and cold. your vision quickly terminates, although you can see clearly enough to make out the runes on the archway, which I already said before says, stranger beware.
Yeah, so now we'll pass this along to the group.
And you guys can see Sinan on the other side, but you cannot hear Sinan.
All right, let's beware down the hallway.
Okay, so you go down the hallway. You enter a chill, shadowy chamber. Where you stand, roots curl around the distortion in space, leading to the alleyway behind you, clasping the archway. Shadows from the dark lamppost pool around you. Stepping from the pool of shadows, you notice the light of two braziers at the end of a narrow, well-worked hallway. All right, and I will go ahead and reveal that. And you can see a bit more to past the braziers. Let's see. All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what areas to reveal here. You do also notice a chamber beyond, which is a kind of foyer. To the north of the foyer are two doors. This whole area is pretty well lit. Once you get out of the shadows, and it's primarily Justice and Muriel that can see now. The rest of you in the shadows cannot see what I'm revealing. And I think you can see just a little bit further, so I'm going to go ahead and reveal this. So in the chamber before you, in the larger foyer area, the stones here are meticulously scrubbed clean. Your vision also extends to what appears to be a forge beyond the foyer, and what you think must be a forge chamber, like a work chamber. Closer in, there is a large pelt of possibly a bear, but upon the bear pelt rests an ugly, two-headed dog gnawing on a bone. The bone appears to be some form of thigh bone of a creature long ago slain. As you watch, the dog gnaws through the bone with its two heads. The bone disappears into pixels for a few seconds and then reforms, at which point the dog contentedly continues to gnaw. The dog does not appear to have noticed you yet.
And you said only some of us see this?
Only Muriel and Justice will see this at this point.
I'm gonna try to whisper behind me and be like, "There's a
There's a
giant
giant
dog."
dog.
Do we have party chat? Can I send messages to my fellow teammates without making a sound?
Yeah, you could DM your teammates if you just take a second to type.
Oh, Rob, I will have
It's just
DM'd those who haven't passed the archway about what those runes meant, those dwarven runes.
Yeah, it just takes longer, basically, than talking. So I'll say to send a direct message takes 2 rounds rather than the 6 seconds that it would typically take.
some
All right.
players, some characters get like telepathy powers, which of course that's significantly faster.
Yeah, and you can only, let's see, in those 12 seconds, I'll say you could type maybe a 6-word message.
Okay.
Because you
Big
have to open the
ass dog.
window.
Big ass dog up ahead.
Yep, that's 6 words. Okay, so that's 2 rounds. So hold on. What are your passive stealth checks? Or if you're actively stealthing, what are your active stealth checks?
Just roll stealth.
At a disadvantage. Because of your armor.
That's not too bad.
Dang
But even
You should
so,
just roll.
Oh no.
all right, so you got some good rolls here. Let's see, 1, 2, 1, 2. I need another stealth roll. Oh, somebody's outside. All right,
I haven't stepped
2
through
and 2.
yet. I was waiting for people to move forward.
So the dog kind of pricks its ears up, but it doesn't seem to have fully alerted to your presence yet. But it seems to tense a little bit, as if it heard something down the hall.
I mean, we could probably make a friend. It's not a snake, so I don't really want to be friends with it, but like we could try.
Oh, for you, Chauncey. I'm gonna step up into the room.
All right, so as you walk forward, let's see, where are you? I'm just like, oh, so yeah, as you walk in between those 2 braziers, 2 magic mouths appear, one on each of the braziers, and they both shout at you, "Naughty, naughty, naughty!" in Dwarven.
Well, I
And
don't speak
now the
Dwarven, so that is terrifying.
So now we'll translate.
yeah, it's like Anfang, Anfang, Anfang.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is terrifying.
Yeah. And it echoes like loudly throughout this whole place. So everyone, let me throw down the initiative order here, and everyone roll me initiative. And I will roll an initiative as well. I gotta get my combat
Oh my!
turns up here.
There we go, Slade. Way to hold the team up.
Oh my god, this is so fun. I am so glad I took the time to like really work on this.
I'm having a blast.
This is really cool, Rob.
I wrote this. I mean, I just like wrote it. This is not notes. I mean, I like wrote it like a freaking module.
Wow.
All right. Yeah. All right. So I'm rolling for the death dog this round. Let's see initiative. I'm really gonna have a lot of fun when we do the Dominator, Ted. Oh God. It's gonna be creepy. If you guys think this is creepy. Okay. All right. So wow, somebody's fast. Hey, you guys are like on it. I need to like give somebody like inspiration for rolling initiative fast. Or you guys are like focused. Maybe I should give myself inspiration.
We're all
All right.
inspired, Rob.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. You know I love you, Chauncey. You're the best. Okay. So yeah. So now the 2-headed dog like really is like. I mean, he sees you. He heard the alert. So he is like ready to spring, and he's not on the chain. He is just sitting there. Um. All right. So let me. Gosh darn it! Why do you want to conceal? Sorry, I'm struggling with Roll20 because I need to. There we go. Reveal some areas for you guys. And you see a little bit more into this chamber here. Okay. Yeah, I think your vision would probably continue. because this is pretty well lit. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and reveal this. So you also see as you enter here, more of the forge area, and you probably don't see all of that workbench, but you probably catch a corner of it, maybe not. But what you do see is a drow elf standing in front of an area where more Yggdrasil roots emerge in kind of sparkling mist. And he also appears to have been alerted by that alarm, but he still seems to be surprised. The dog, however, was not. So Enzo Slade, it is your turn.
I'm guessing I couldn't hear the alarm because I didn't pass through yet, right?
No, you did not, but you see all your companions kind of freak out and look around.
All right. So seeing them kind of panic, I decide I'm just going to push through and
Oh, I
enter
need to roll
into
for
the
failure.
area here. Come up to here. And I'm not sure how well
Okay,
I can
so
see that thing.
you can see it from that square. Yeah, you can see it.
Okay. I'm going to come forward just 5 more feet so I've got a clear line of sight to it. It looks like it's hostile, right?
Oh, it's definitely hostile, especially after that alarm went off.
Okay.
I mean, it's like jaws are dripping with this nasty saliva. It like focuses these red glowing eyes. He's looking right at Justice there in the front, and he looks like he wants to use those double jaws to rip his throat out and then something else off.
All right. Fumbling with my words here for just a moment, I speak the words of power, and with the hand motions, invoking a ray of frost at the death dog. Let's see how bad this goes. 12.
All right. Oh, and I need to show their hit point bars. Hold on a sec. We need to do this right. All right, save settings. Can I? All right, can you see their hit point bar?
Nope.
How do you do that?
So you have to give everybody permission to
Oh,
see the
see, got it.
token. Yep.
Can you see it now?
I see a bar, yes, but I don't see the numbers.
All right. Well, we'll call that. Let's see, is there a way to say see the numbers? Visible. Oh, text overlay. Okay. All right, see the numbers now?
Mhm.
Oh, fancy. Okay. I'm sorry, keep going. So Ray of Frost, 12, and Ray of Frost just catches it.
Ooh, that was lucky.
Fumbling. Yeah, fumbling a bit with your magic. You aim like kind of above it and then adjust at the last minute and manage to hit it relatively squarely, doing 4 cold damage to it and triggering the secondary effect, which I guess because you used it, will slow it down.
Mhm. That's the important part, I hope.
Yeah.
Ted, did you
Yeah.
use inspiration to give yourself advantage?
No, I did not. It just has a 12 armor class.
Ah.
All right. So I'm also going to reveal another. All right. And you should see the dark outfit point bar. Okay. Anything else from Slade?
That's it.
All right, so it is the Death Dog's turn. So the Death Dog stands up, its muscles rippling, its jaws slavering, and it lunges forward, although a bit more slowly now because the effect of your cold spell has caused its muscles to freeze up as it begins to rush toward Justice. All right. And so it's going to move. Oh, can't quite get there. You see, you slowed it down just enough that it's going to now have to make a double move to get there, which it will do. It's not really smart, so it's just going to just tear off, trying to get to Justice as fast as possible. And losing that 10 feet of movement was critical because it lost its attack. And that is it for the Death Dog. Let me just double check to make sure. Yep, he's pretty simple. Okay. Thalia. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, she's got her dagger, so she pops through. She saw everyone freaking out too, and then she's gonna move forward because she can't really see everybody. So she's gonna move forward again to here, and then lifting her hand into the air, she speaks some words haltingly because she doesn't remember them very well, but nonetheless she does speak them. And let's see, she will cast Bless on Justice. So Justice, you are on the effect of under the effect of Bless. And Muriel, you are under the effect of Bless. And I think Sana, yeah, Sana will also be under the effect of Bless. So you three are under the effect of Bless. So please note, I'll go ahead and put little dots on you guys to remind you that you are blessed. As Thalia casts Bless on you. Okay, and that'll be it for Thalia. Sana, it is your turn. Are we muted here, Sana? Are we away from keyboard? Are we stuck in the darkness? Are people unable to hear me?
Not the darkness.
We hear you.
The darkness. Okay. Somehow we lost Sana. Is let me see. Still showing on the. Did Ravi fall? Did Sana fall asleep?
Ravi, are you there?
Ravi, you there? Wake up, soldier. It's your turn, dude. Strange and stranger. Okay. Let's just go ahead and have Justice go, and hopefully Ravi will snap out or come back from whatever just happened soon.
All right. Then I'm going to go ahead and pull out my short swords.
Okay, pulling out your short swords.
And taking a couple swipes, marking them as my favored foe. I've got a lot of faith in that 8, but the 20 looks good.
20 is a solid hit for 5 damage. Nice. So cleaving.
You have Bless, and if you roll
Oh, yes,
4,
roll.
you might hit.
Yep, don't forget you have Bless.
Oh!
Nice.
Good, brother Ted.
Good catch there, Ted.
Oh, and then also my favorite foe damage. So not bad
For another
altogether.
11.
Yeah, 16 total on them.
Nice.
Yeah, brutal. Okay, so dealing some solid blows to this death dog. It is now bloodied.
Damn.
Oh, and that is Sana. So Ravi, it was your turn.
Oh wait, whose turn just went?
Well, we were trying to tell you it was your turn, but we thought you may have checked out there for a little bit because you didn't respond. So we thought you may have been AFK or something.
Oh, sorry. I think Yeah, maybe something going on with my audio connection.
Okay.
Okay, so can I go now?
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and let Justice finish his
Yeah,
turn,
that's
and
it.
then we'll
That's it
just
for
do.
me.
Okay. All right. Then yes, you may go now, Sana.
Okay. Sana is gonna whip out a what looks like a um medieval half brass, half like clockwork looking um a Zippo lighter. Flick the switch, and out comes a small fire, a bolt of fire that aims at the death dog.
All right. Ooh, nice. So 9 to hit. But you are blessed, so don't forget to roll a die 4.
Okay.
Thalia did bless you. Unfortunately, an 11 is a miss.
That's it for Sana.
Okay, and Justice already went. Neri, it is your turn.
I'm gonna start off with a vicious mockery on the death dog, and let's see. He needs to make a wisdom save of 13.
Okay, yeah, he's very wise. Not. Oh, actually, not so unwise. He's a little cunning with his 2 heads there. I guess
Uh-oh.
2 heads really are better than 1.
Don't say that.
Oh, darn.
Of
Yeah,
course.
he's like one of the heads seems to be saddened, and then the other one talks it up.
What a brat. All right.
Yeah, he's a brat. He just gives him
And
big
then
sloppy, slimy lick. Just
for my bonus action, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, Muriel, that's not courage. You could do this. You can defeat this dog." And I'll give her a bardic inspiration die.
ooh, nice. All right. And so that I suppose is it for Neri. I will take that as a yes. Moving on to Muriel.
I'm gonna realize it's not courage. And then I'm gonna move to flank,
All right.
and I'm gonna attack with my longsword.
23 is a hit.
Definitely a hit. For
Ooh, for
10.
10 more. Wow, you guys are just ripping through this devil dog. I'm sorry, death dog.
And that will be it.
If you wish to buff the damage, apparently you can.
I think you
And do
can.
so. Oh, for the bardic inspiration? No.
I'm reading right. Attack roll.
Attack roll is to hit. I think it's only the Valor Bards that get to buff the damage of their friends.
Yeah,
My
I
bad.
didn't think you could do that yet.
Very good.
Okay.
Yeah, Valor Bard could do it level 3, but I think Nerium is planning to be a Trixie Lore Bard.
Hmm.
Darn. I got too used to the Valor Bard.
Yes. All right, so I suppose that will be all for Muriel. We are at the top of round 2, and something happens. So this door slams open. Aha! And I guess you guys can't really see that far in there, but those of you who can, the Muriel kind of over your shoulder, you see a goblin in there. And I will roll some goblins into the initiative order.
The Dark Elf's not in initiative order yet either.
No, he was surprised, and then he does something on his turn this round, I think. Let me see. Let me just double check my notes. Oh, yes, I do need to. Thank you, Ted. You can have inspiration for that. All right, so goblins first. For some reason, I thought the drow arrive on. Well, the goblins might as well arrive on round 3 because they rolled a 4.
They're going first. Next round.
Exactly. You know how it works. It might happen with the drow too, so we'll see. I mean, it's like the initiative just goes back and forth. Let's see. Oh, yep. Mm-hmm. Things are going great for Team Monster here. Good for you guys, though. And let's go ahead and put this into descending order. All right, Slade, it is your turn. Your strategy has worked very well with the Death Dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fumbling through, trying to recall my spells because I've never used them before. Well, the Death Dog, as my party charges on the Death Dog, I flip through the book real quick to look up how to cast my next spell here, Magic Missile, because I can't have that thing jump up on them. I don't want it to bite any of them before they before it gets on them, right? So I'm going to step out to the side here, though, because I knew that there was other stuff happening. Forward just a bit. Can I see that? Actually, I want to make sure the Death Dog's dead. I'm just going to unload all 3 magic missiles into that thing.
Okay.
Only need 2.
Yeah, he goes down. You okay? First kill of the campaign. How does it happen?
Well, the magic missiles just pummel the shit out of the thing, knocking it down, and it shatters into pixels on the floor.
Boom, boom, boom. All right. So as it falls, it yeah, it breaks apart into pixels. It looks up at Slade there with its evil eyes, but then it is gone. All right.
And then
Anything
I'm
else
gonna
from? Oh, sorry.
getting back against the wall. That's all.
All right. So moving back
Yep, looking for
and
cover.
moving on to the Death Dog, who is no longer there. He is dead, and it is Thalia's turn. Thalia has no one to heal. Okay. I guess Thalia is going to move forward then. Let's see. Can she see anybody? She's not going to get too much ahead of herself. She's not 100% confident either, even though her mom's not around. Let's see. Can she? Ooh. All right. She will cast a firebolt at Benderfleck, the drow. Unfortunately, I think she misses. Pretty sure she misses. Yeah, 11 is going to miss the drow. The drow nimbly dodges to the side as Thalia lights up the wall. Sana, it is your turn.
Sana will 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Will step on the corpse of the Death Dog, and will try to succeed where Thalia was unfortunately unable to. Do I still have Bless?
Indeed, you do. Thalia has taken no damage, and it is only round 2 on the bless.
22.
22 is a hit.
For 3 fire.
All right. So lighten that drow up for 3 fire damage. Oh, he does not like that.
That's it for Sana.
Okay. Justice. Is Greg with us, or did we have
Yep, yep, yep,
internet?
yep, yep. I'm here.
Oh, oh,
I'm here.
oh,
I'm
sorry.
gonna get to here.
You can see more into that chamber as you advance. There we go. Oh. Sorry. God, why does Roll20 always want to conceal when I want to reveal? There we go. I guess you can see.
Conceal, don't feel robbed.
What was that?
I said conceal, don't feel. Come on.
All right, then
Absolutely.
I'm gonna take the dodge action and end my turn.
All right, taking the dodge action just in time for some goblins to emerge. See if they can get to you. And they also have bows. Okay. This one will move to here. All right, so those two pop out. They clamor. These goblins appear to be very dour and also very well equipped, which is odd. See, these two will move here into the doorway. And let's see what happens. The two that move, actually, this one will move over here around the corner and then pop out. And he will roll a stealth check. He's not very stealthy. I'm pretty sure your passive perception is above that. This other one just, he just runs straight out there. So those two will both try to hit you with arrows. You are dodging, so they have disadvantage. A 5 will miss. Oh, but it looks like a 21 is going to hit. So the second goblin arrow does hit you. For 7 damage.
Ouch.
And yeah, and then these two goblins will also attack with their daggers. And you notice that the daggers are also made of that deep shard substance. 15 and a 17.
Hits.
What's your armor class?
14.
Okay, so those are 2 hits.
Oh, one hit.
Okay, so we'll do it.
Disadvantage.
Oh, I'm sorry, disadvantage. Right. Sorry. D20 plus 4. And then that one misses. So you're only hit once. Ooh, close. All right. Oh, ouch.
It didn't matter.
All right. So the second goblin coming in does take you down with a really solid hit there, and the goblins, they all kind of cheer like they have to. They like, hey. Neri, it is your turn.
All right. Give me 1 second. Dang. I'm gonna go to here. Let's see, where's everybody? All right. Gonna throw a healing word on my man, who's not my man. It's Muriel's man, but my man Justice.
All right. Nice.
I get 4. And then for my bonus action, I'm going to I'm gonna give Justice some inspiration, telling him that he got this, and give him a bardic inspiration die.
Okay, Justice, do not forget that you also have a die 6 of bardic inspiration.
Heard.
Anything else from Neri?
That is it from Neri.
Okay, so this drow starting to take some heat here. He casts he grabs a like a glittering globe of some kind of substance, and hurls it into the air, speaking the words of enchantment. So let's make sure that he is within range of this spell. I'm sorry, I'm just double checking on the range here. Oh, he might have to move up. Let's see. Close. Yeah, he's gonna have to move up. Reluctantly moving up because he does not like taking the hate. Yeah, he will cast a fairy fire on you four. So Neri, Muriel, Sana, and Thalia all need to roll some saving throws for me, and these will be dexterity saves. The DC for these saves is 11. So 4 dexterity saves. Don't forget your bless, those of you who are. Sana will make it. Muriel will make it. I need Neri to make it.
Neri rolled an 18.
Well. Oh, Sana rolled an 18. Okay, and then I got a. Thalia fails. Sana rolls an 18. Oh, yep. Okay, so the only one who fails is Thalia. So she is illuminated. So I will put a purple dot on her. And then the drow is going to move. He's already moved 10 feet, so he only has 20 feet of movement left. He's just going to move back this way. And let's see if you guys can still see him. He can. Okay, so Justice on the floor can see the drow. And it will be Muriel's turn.
Okay.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna move up here, flank this homie,
and
and I'm gonna attack him.
24 is a hit. For 6 damage against the goblin. The goblin is really, really messed up by that.
That'll be it.
In fact, he is bloodied, so I'm going to paint him red. And will that be all for Muriel after that mighty blow?
Yes.
All right. So we are back to the top and stuff going to happen. All right, so another door swings open, revealing some more goblins. I think there are enough of you to see into this chamber now. Maybe down to here. Okay. And they let out a, like, yay, kind of dour cheer as they lift their weapons. And you also hear another door swing open back this way. And a dwarven voice shouts in Dwarven, "What fresh hell is this?" And from out of the chamber steps a dwarf who, let's see, how fast can he move? To there. And he flexes his muscles, hefting an axe made of this same material. And then he gets really big as he shouts his battle cry. Ah. And then in Dwarfen, because I just want to say it, he says, "Little Midgardians, your time has come. You all be my slaves or dead. And I need to roll him into the initiative because it wasn't technically his initiative yet, but that's what he does on this turn. All right, Slade, it is your turn.
All right. Slade is going to command arrow forward to here to use the aid action on this goblin here, so that I have advantage on my attack roll. And then Slade will move here, and he's going to try and blast him with Ray of Frost. With advantage, fuck. I rolled a 1 and
Ooh,
a 2.
yikes. Okay. Unfortunately, that's gonna miss.
Yep, can't do much about that. All right, and I will back up. Done.
Okay. Oh, it is Flinderflick's turn, so wasn't that off. So he does that thing that he just did. And now it is Thalia's turn. Let's see. Looks like Justice is still hurt. So Thalia will move forward to here. And then she will cast Cure Wounds on Justice. And Justice, you will regain 8 hit points. And she has 1 spell left. It is Sana's turn.
Sana will move 1, 2, 3, come down to this corner, and we'll try to firebolt that bloodied goblin.
All right, roll to hit.
15.
Ooh. All right. He goes down. Describe how the second kill of the game happens.
Just as this goblin is cackling um, at Slade's failed attempt to kill him, Sana flicks her lighter. A bolt of fire goes flying right into the goblin's open, laughing mouth, and suddenly the goblin clamps shut, and like a small explosion happens in his head, and smoke issues out of his ears as he then collapses.
All right. And as he collapses, he breaks into shattered blood red pixels, leaving a mark on the floor there. All right. And I suppose that is it for Sana.
Yes, that's it for Sana.
Justice, it is your turn.
All right, I'm gonna stand up
All right.
and I'm gonna start attacking the goblin still next to me.
Don't forget your bless.
And I will not forget my bless, but let's. Ooh.
Unfortunately, a 12 is still a miss. They're quick little buggers.
Can
Well,
you add bardic inspiration?
didn't need the second one anyway. 7 points of damage with the first one.
All right. 7 is definitely going to take him down. So describe.
Uh, Justice is gonna be on the ground, seeing all of his friends rushing to his aid, and he can't do it anymore. He's been stuck on a couch or in a chair for the last 30 years. He's on his feet. And
Awesome.
and with one quick swipe dispatches the goblin and gives a nod to Thalia and to Muriel. And this heads back in the game, and that'll be it for Justice.
Fantastic. Okay, now it is the goblin's turn. All right, so these 2 goblins rush up, dropping their bows and then drawing their deep shard daggers and flank Muriel here. Let's see. 2 will kind of move out. employing their bows, and another 2 will try to hide and then move out. Better. That one's going to fail. Does anyone have a passive perception that's above 16?
Say again?
It doesn't look like anyone has a passive perception that's above 16. Okay.
Arrows is technically a 19.
Oh. Whose is technically? Oh, the
Arrow, my hawk.
arrow. Yeah, the hawk. Okay. Well, he's not going to be shooting at the hawk. Okay. So these 4 goblins will come out and shoot. We'll resolve the ones that are flanking Amuriel right now. What is Amuriel's armor class? Is it better than 15?
It's 18.
All right. So those 2 goblins attempt to kneecap you, but fail as you parry them deftly with, I assume, a sword and a shield. This goblin has advantage. Who is he going to shoot? There's all sorts of targets. I'm just going to roll. So 1 will be a Muriel, 2 will be Thalia, 3 will be Neri here, and 4 will be Sana. So 1 arrow with advantage coming at Sana. But no such luck. And I'll just split the arrows between the rest of you guys. So the next one's going to come at Amuriel. 20 is going to hit. 8 damage on Amuriel there from that lucky goblin strike. The second one will go at Justice here. 11 is going to miss, and then the last one is going to go at Thalia. And a 6 is going to miss. All right, Neri, everyone else is getting shot at but you.
I
And
love
it is
that.
your
It's
turn.
making me a little sleepy, so I'm just gonna cast sleep on as many goblins as
Okay.
I can.
All right, so sleep does have a radius, I believe. So where are you going to center it?
It had a 20-foot. Creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose within range. I think I can get them all.
Yeah, creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose. This is also going to include your companions if you're not careful.
Oh, you are so right.
Yeah,
I can wake
Mhm.
a Muriel. No, I can't. I'm gonna try
What
to get
race
each
is
of those
Amuriel?
5 goblins on the left.
Yeah, what race is Amuriel? And if you cast it back there, you can get the 4.
ASMR.
She's Izmir.
Oh, Izmir. Okay, yeah.
Not immune. Be careful.
Be careful.
So if you cast it back into the room number 3 on the left, you'll just get the goblins. Just the 4. These other 2 will be outside though.
That's
4 is
fine.
better
Take
than
out 4
none.
of them. Yeah.
All
So
right, so
yeah, I'll do that.
roll some sleepiness for me. I believe it is 5 die 8 sleepiness.
25.
Ooh. Oh my god, that's a pretty good roll there.
The average. I'll take it.
It's above average. It's like I think 22.
That's 3 out of
All
5.
right. So it looks like you got 3 of them. So 3 of them fall to sleepy time.
Love that for me. And on that note, who have I not given inspiration to? And then as my bonus action, I'm going to inspire Slade and be like, hey, you got this. Magic is your thing. I believe in you.
Nice.
I feel inspired.
All right.
And that's it for me.
So throwing out the inspiration, the drow. Let's see, he'll come forward 15 feet. See that Thalia is illuminated by his fairy fire. Hold on, did she get a saving throw? Do you get continuous saves for that?
You do.
All right, so she gets to save again. Oh, and she shakes it off. Oh, he's very disappointed to see that. But he is going to shoot his crossbow at somebody up there. So I'll roll die 3. Muriel, Justice, or Thalia. 1, 2, and 3 respectively. This will be at Muriel. Oh, 18 on the nose. For another 6 damage. Ouch. So Muriel just took 6. All right, looks like Muriel unfortunately has gone down, and it is Muriel's turn. Muriel, can you roll a death save for me? You just go down to 0 hit points. There's no negative. And that is 1 failure on the death save. Not good. Slade, it is your turn.
Okay. Arrow is gonna. Oof, no, I can't reach anyway. All right, Arrow's gonna move up and harass this goblin here when Slade moves up to here, so that I've got advantage to blast him with a ray of frost.
Nice. As a hit. Ooh, and he is now pretty fucked up.
Yep, 6 cold damage.
Yep. He is fucked up big time. He is now bloodied.
Slade's done.
Okay. All right, now it is Flinderflick's turn. Okay, so this very large now dwarf, which seems counterintuitive, rushes forward. Is he going to be able to make it? Maybe not. Nope. He just has a. Does it his reach increase? Nope. Okay. So he will pull a javelin out of his pack and try to hit somebody with it. Let's see. Muriel is down, so it's going to be Justice or Thalia. So let's see. Justice will be 1, Thalia will be 2. So at Justice. And that's a miss. It is Thalia's turn. Thalia, seeing Muriel go down, shouts out in upset. He really, really loves Grandma Muriel here, so she's going to move up next to this goblin underneath Arrow and use her last spell to cast Cure Wounds on Muriel. Muriel regains 10 hit points. And that is it for Thalia. Sana, it is your turn.
Sana is going to try and finish off that bloodied goblin before it can stab anyone. Okay, 25 to hit.
Ooh.
For 4 fire.
All right, that goblin is also bloody now, as he burns.
No, the already bloodied goblin, the one with.
Oh, the already okay. So that one dies then, and I will adjust this one's back. I'm sorry, I thought you said the other non-blade. I misunderstood. All right, so describe how you slay the goblin.
We'll say just the same way as the first guy. The guy's cackling like an idiot and gets himself a mouthful of fire.
Okay. Yeah, actually, if they're cackling, they're doing it in a very dour way. It's like, ha ha ha, why am I here? Um, yeah. All right, Justice, it is your turn.
Does a 14 hit?
Don't forget to roll your
Bless.
bless. 17
17.
does hit. Yes.
And I'm gonna use my last favored foe on him. So 8 and so 10 total.
All right. That is a solid blow. But he is still standing without being bloodied yet.
Are we not able to
Right.
see his hit points like we are everyone else's?
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to adjust his as well. I will. So, and then see and visible. Okay, so you should be able to see it now. And his hit points, yeah, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. His maximum is different. I need to adjust that because I did damage to him. So his maximum is different. Here we go. There we go. Why is his?
It's
It must.
backwards.
Yeah. Oh, I see. It's backwards. Okay. Mea culpa. I'll get this right eventually. All right. There we go. And now you can see his hit point bar. So yeah, it was a very solid blow. Just shy of bloodying him.
And
Anything else?
that'll be it.
All right. So there are two goblins that are still conscious. They didn't seem to be very into this whole thing anyway. So they both disengage and run back into their rooms after you have killed 3 of their companions and put the other 3 to sleep. So they run off, and Flick here shouts in Dwarven, "Useless slaves!" And now it is Neri's turn.
Does it look like this dwarf is immune to poison?
I mean, he's got it written on his forehead.
That he's immune to poison?
Yeah, it says it right here. There's like a, I'm immune to poison stamp.
Oh, darn.
They all
I hate
wear it,
when they have that.
You don't know unless you roll me some kind of a check.
I will totally roll you a check.
Or if you
Okay.
know, metagaming is an option in this.
Yes, metagaming is an option. So if you actually know, just don't go picking up books on me and doing the research.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah. I'm not picking up my
um,
monster manual to look anything up while we're in the game.
Darn it.
Yeah, but if you happen to know, you can use that knowledge.
I don't remember. Well, you know
Dwarves are pretty resilient. I mean, it is pretty common knowledge that they tend to be more resilient to things like poison.
All right. Well then, I'm gonna switch my little tactic here. I'm just gonna be over here next to my sleeping goblins and be like, you know what? Don't be mean to your goblins. You suck. And cast vicious mockery.
Okay. All right, so I need to roll a wisdom save for him.
Which one is he attacking?
The giant guy.
He's
Oh, okay.
he's mocking Flinderflick.
Yeah, I'm defending his goblins.
Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, he feels kind of mocked by that.
I'm
He's
just
like,
saying his goblins are more helpful than he is.
he kind of growls and grits his teeth. He's not going to admit it, but it stings, and he will be at disadvantage on his next attack roll.
That's right. That's right. He deserved it. And I think that is it for me. And guys, don't forget to use your bardic inspiration if you need it. And that's it.
All right. Things are not looking too well here, Binderfleck. think he will continue though too. I mean, he's got his big Flunderflick as a meat shield, so he'll keep shooting with his crossbow for now. Let's see, it's going to be a Muriel. Yeah, a Muriel. He's got better shot on a Muriel, so he's going to move over to here and shoot at a Muriel. Ooh, and a critical hit. That's bad. Critical roll. So taking aim and aiming very precisely with his hand crossbow. He finds a chink in Muriel's armor and does 7 points of damage. Muriel, can you roll me a Constitution saving throw, please, as the drow poison bites into your veins, even though they're just virtual. But you are tough enough, grandma that you are, to shake it off. And so you do not fall asleep, but you do take 7 damage. And now it is Neri's turn. Don't forget my 7 damage. Neri, it is your turn. No, I'm sorry.
My turn
That was
again.
the drow.
I'll take it.
No,
that's
I'm
okay.
sorry. No, I didn't do the turn order. Okay, and then the drow moves. He's gonna move back up to there, try and get a little bit out of the way. And now, Muriel, it is your turn.
Okay. Um,
What do we say, Crow? Are we having fun? Yeah, this is fun.
yeah. I'm gonna go here, flank again,
Ooh,
and attack again, and just put myself right in the thick of it.
that is a hit.
That is a hit, and
Palpable. 19 on
for
the dice
4.
for 4 damage. A little. I wrote on that one on the damage roll, but even so, you do bloody him. Actually, he was already bloodied with the vicious mockery, but now he is even more bloodied as you strike him again. Prospects are not looking so well for Flinderflick.
And that'll be it.
Okay, Slade.
All right. Arrow is going to move up to here to harass him, and I am going to hit him with the Ray of Frost. Fender flick there. 13 versus armor class. Pretty sure that's a miss. So I'm going to use my Bardic Inspiration. Add a die 6 to that. Oh shit. 14 versus armor class. I'm going to spend my other inspiration and try one more time here. How about a 22?
21, palpable.
I hit him for 8.
Ooh, and he is really fucked up by that.
So, Slade, did you use one of your? Did you use like a typical inspiration, like the standard inspiration?
I had inspiration from before, so that's why I got to reroll. So I used that, and I used my Bardic Inspiration for the extra 1.
Okay, I'm going to use my background as a hacker to do in-game hack and say that you did not, when you used that standard inspiration, you didn't expend your use of it, so you still have it to use a second time.
Oh, nice.
Haha, awesome. It's so cool to see somebody use that. Flinderflick. All right, so God, you guys are all beating on him. I think Justice beat on him hardest though, so he is going to try and return the favor and take out Justice here, or at least hurt him really badly. So lifting his massive axe, he tries to bring it down upon Justice. Ooh, 16. I believe that will hit Justice. Oh, but he is at disadvantage because he was mocked. Unfortunately, the mockery and his feelings of upset over being taunted about mistreatment of his goblins did not bite deep enough. He is a vicious slaver after all, and so he does bring his massive axe down upon Justice. He's gonna do some some damage here with that. For 13. Knocking Justice to the ground. That is not good. But it is Thalia's turn. Thalia is out of healing spells, but she will cast Spare the Dying on Justice, causing him to stabilize at 0 hit points. And Sana, it is your turn.
Sana will 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sana will move up to here and will fire Firebolt at Flinder. 25.
Oh, all right. Describe how you fell, the Dwergar.
The fireball lands square on the Dwergar's beard, lighting him up on fire, making him look like some like Greek god of the forge, until it like completely just utterly consumes him from the inside out, and he dissolves into blood red pixels.
All right. Very nice. And he shrinks down to regular dwarf size as he dies, and then it disappears into all the pixels. Justice, you do not need to roll a death save. You have been stabilized, but unfortunately, you are unconscious at 0 hit points unless you have some means of reviving that I am not aware of.
No, I'm gonna just sit here and enjoy my nap.
Okay, the goblins cower in there. Cower in a very, I don't know, like nihilistic fashion. Neri, it is your turn.
And with that, I'm gonna move close to the drow guy, and I'm gonna viciously mock him that his hired hands are just honestly the most useless I've ever seen in my life.
All right, and this is a wisdom saving throw. Oh, he fails. He feels mocked. Yeah.
It should.
You know what? He agrees with you. He says you're right. They are the worst. You can never really trust them.
No, never. Just go with snakes always with snakes.
And with that, the drow kind of tilts his hand crossbow up to his head, gives you a salute, in particular there, Neri, and runs right into the mist here and disappears. And that concludes our combat.
That was so
Congratulations!
We survived.
You survived, yes. All right. Do we have some time here to explore a little bit?
Sanaa's gonna walk up to Justice and do Cure Wounds on him.
All right. So touching Justice, you revive him.
It's 5 hit points.
And I'll go ahead and reveal these goblin barracks. The barracks are very sparsely furnished, just with furs and rudimentary shelves and tables. Each one has a small brazier in the corner, which barely provides enough warmth and light. It is in juxtaposition to their good equipment, notably good equipment, but clearly they have been mistreated. As you look closer, you notice that they are very skinny, as if they've been ill-fed. They're not quite starving, but you're pretty sure that they haven't been eating well. And the two in the chamber, they just kind of sit there. They seem to shrug as you walk past and not care too much about their fate.
Yeah, I was
It
gonna.
seems that. Go ahead.
I was going to say, these goblins acted with uncanny intelligence for an AI. Slade is going to say to them, drag your sleeping companions back in your rooms, close the door, and no further harm will come to you.
When you say this to them, so can you speak, let's see, do they understand common?
I don't
Oh, they
speak
do.
goblin.
Okay.
I have to speak in common.
Wow. Goblins are actually pretty smart. Okay. So when you say these words to them, they actually kind of like tilt their heads as if this is something they just did not expect. And for a moment, they're stunned. And you can see their little eyes like flicking back and forth. And then this one, he creeps up, kind of suspecting a trap, and drags this closest companion of his inside, and then kind of stuffs him in this corner over here and puts a little fur blanket on him. And then when you guys don't do anything, he says something in Goblin to the one in the other room, and goes and gets the other two and slams the door shut. The other one, seeing that this works, sneaks over to the door and slams that shut as well, and then hides. That was very merciful.
That was
I'll give
really
you
nice.
inspiration for that, and if you, I think actually you already do have it because Sana allowed you to keep yours, so you can give your new inspiration to someone else if you
I'll give
like.
it to Sana, who let me keep my inspiration in the first place.
Thank you.
There you go. So searching the bodies of these dead goblins, they each have another one of the deep shard daggers. Flinderflick has a really nicely crafted deep shard axe.
How many daggers was it? 4?
It's 3. I'm writing it into the chat, and then it's a deep shard battle axe. And walking into this chamber here, you notice that this is you see the forge as clearly a forge, and this is a work table, and it has 2 deep shard ingots on it. This door here is ajar, so you can kind of see into that chamber. You believe that Flinderflick came from that area. So if I can get the reveal to work, there we go. And this door is a heavy door that has been bolted shut. Let's see, I might have some more description for you for B here. Yeah, so the beneath the archway is very similar to the archway that you pass through. It seems to be made of the same stones. You can't see runes, but you didn't see runes until you passed through the other archway anyway. However, this one is not quite so dark. Maybe you pass through the dark way to get here, wherever here is. But that archway appears to lead elsewhere. And you do not have the same effect, though. You do not notice a passage as you approach.
Sana will trade out the deep shard spear for the deep shard dagger,
Okay.
since she can actually use the dagger.
Yeah. So it is a magic dagger, and it does +1 necrotic damage on a crit.
Sweet.
All right. Any guys doing anything else? There is this chamber that Flinderflick came from, and there's this door that appears to be locked.
I highly, I
Oh,
mean,
Searching
away by half.
Flunderflick, you also there is a key on him as well. I should have mentioned that. There is a
we should go into
key.
the not locked room first.
Maybe we should short
Alright.
rest before we pursue.
You guys gonna break out a ration and eat it?
Are we done? I mean, there's a locked door here. Are we gonna go check out this room before we short rest, or you guys just want to take a short rest before we check these rooms and then pursue?
I mean, if any of these rooms are containing a monster, you
Yeah.
know, Muriel's down to 3 and Justice is down to 5.
That's a good point. All right, let's take a moment here and eat a ration so we can take a short rest.
Okay, so you can subtract one of your rations and gain a short rest. It just takes 5 minutes.
How long is the long rest, Rob? I'm sorry. You keep saying it, but I keep forgetting.
It's 30 minutes.
Long rest is 30 minutes, but you have to go to an inn in order to gain one.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. So if you wish to spend hit dice, you may.
I assume our bless goes down.
The bless does go down, absolutely. Let's see here. Anyone else spending hit dice? Yes, if you wish, you can go and collect another root tip if you wish.
Ooh, Sanaa will try to grab one herself too.
Okay, yeah. So you each have another Yggdrasil root tip.
Love it.
All right.
I think we're ready to
Yeah,
go.
so the locked door is kind of heavy, but you hear some like muffled shouts behind it. Kind of inquisitive. You can't really hear it that well though. So I suppose everyone's ready to go, right? What are you guys gonna do?
Hell yeah.
Should we open that locked door with the key?
You want to go and open the locked door?
You know what? We're gonna go through both of the rooms anyway. Let's do it.
All right, so you go ahead and move yourself, whoever has the key, to the locked door and open the locked door, if that is what you wish to do.
You know I'll do it. Let's go.
All right. If someone's moving up, Thalia's gonna come up to at least look at you guys. She hears the sounds and she seems to cock her head to the side. And she whispers the word, "Mom," hopefully. Neri, you're on the wrong door, but that's okay. I assume you open it, and it opens up to reveal Raven. And I should probably show her name. She looks at you and says, and she hugs you, Neri. She's like, "Oh, thank goodness!" When she sees all the, particularly. But then immediately she notices Thalia and she runs up to her and catches her up in her arms in relief. And the first thing she says is, "You shouldn't have come." And then Thalia goes, "Mom." um, and recovering, she turns and she looks at you and she says, "I assume my daughter put you up to this."
It was a volunteer kind of thing.
And
um,
she was distraught and desperate to find you, as any loving child would be.
well, she is a very, very kind child, and I am fortunate to have her. And thank you all so much for coming to save me, and listening to Thalia. And she says, "Well, I suppose you want to know what is going on here, and um, I don't know how much you know, but I have been collecting the dark shards and forging them into items for adventurers for about 2 weeks now. I first discovered them beneath Yggdrasil, and then when the darkness began to pool in the dim alley, I remembered that similar pools of darkness appeared in the shade of some of the Yggdrasil branches, and thought that this might be a similar phenomenon. Later, when I was captured, recovering them, I was enslaved by this Dwergar here, who he's the owner of this place I was able to collect. His name was Flinderflick, and apparently this was his abode in a place that he calls Svartalfheim, before it was taken up by Yggdrasil roots and pulled into this other place, um, between worlds. That there is a gate to Svartalfheim, but I cannot pass through. Only creatures from Svartalfheim can, except for those who hold these. And she shows a bracelet of deep shard, like a slave's bracelet, around her wrist. Apparently, if you possess one of these long enough, you can pass through. Um, and this is what happened to my friend and fellow adventurer and smith Giles, who was captured before me. He was taken just yesterday to be a slave to a terrible king, king of Dwergar and Drow in Svartalfheim, called Doomshallow. And I believed that would be my fate as well, and yet you are here. So, so thank you. And yeah, you've really saved me. If you need to, oh well, I should also tell you this. And her face turns upside down as she realizes those those deep shard crystals. They appear when one of us, and she points to all of you, you players, when one of us dies in the shadows. And I didn't know this until I was forced to forge items for Flinderflick. Um, but I have just discovered this.
So these deep shards are created wherever PCs die in shadow, and shadows created by the Yggdrasil roots, which are protruding into the Dwergar and Drow's realm. Interesting.
Yes, and these dead remnants are what enables us, if we hold them long enough, to venture to Svartalfheim, but also those who hold them in Svartalfheim long enough may now come here. This place, this in-between place, Flinderflick called it a node. And Flinderflick himself was unable to pass beyond the shadows. He could walk out into the dim alley, but he could not pass beyond the stretch of the shadows. Strangely, though, the drow, he was able to venture beyond immediately once he gained access to a deep shard item. And once I forged him his rapier of deep shard, he was able to spy on the inhabitants of Mayo Elise and has since been bringing that information back to Doom Shallow, who is plotting. And I am sorry to say that Flinderflick and his slaves have slain a good number of adventurers here in the dim alley. Anyone who does not have a smith skill who can help him make the items, he kills, so that he may use them for material.
So he's slowly encroaching on this in this area from Svartalfheim using the shadow.
Yes, and I don't know why, but it seems that Yggdrasil's roots are continuing to grow, both into Midgard and Svartalfheim. Emissaries from Doom Shallow say that there are new pools of darkness which they can exploit, appearing in other places here in Midgard. I tried to keep my ear to the ground. It's one of the reasons why he locked me in here, is for snooping.
Interesting. Wonder if this sudden spike in the growth of Yggdrasil's roots is intentional or some sort of bug in the game. Either way, the Drow and Dwarg are clearly taking advantage of it, so they're managing to overtake Midgard.
I wonder if it has anything to do with the front line making it to Alfheim. Do you think these events they correlate?
Well, the shadows did appear as hold on. She pulls up her game menu, and she says, "Well, that's a really good question, because the when I first noticed the dark shards over by Yggdrasil and the shadows there, it was at about the same time that the first adventurers passed into the gates of the boss dungeon here to confront Drakefang. They had not yet defeated him, but the doors to the dungeon had just been opened. And of course, it was that dungeon that then became the path to Alfheim.
And we can't pass through
But
here anyway, and we have much to tell the guilds.
Yes, the more people are aware of this, the better.
I am still. I regret ever having worked this substance. I believed it would help save adventurers. But it appears that the NPCs are indeed right. It is cursed, if not directly. It is becoming a means to bring harm and erode the safety of our cities, of our hometowns.
I don't suppose you came across a way to destroy Deep Shard.
I have not, although I will attempt to work with it. Whenever I use my smith skill against a material like this, well, oftentimes if I use it enough, a new icon will appear. So perhaps if I continue to work with it, I will learn the method of its destruction. Perhaps this is something that you might help me with if in your travels you come across any information. My smith skill is very strong, and she looks at the icons in the party and nods over at Neri and says, "I'm a bard. We're skill monkeys."
It's what we do.
Yeah,
I have a little bit of know-how with Smith's tools as well. We should keep in correspondence.
indeed. I more than willing to share notes here, and she sends you a friend request. Actually, she sends you all a friend request,
So now we'll accept.
and she hugs Thalia, and she says, "Thank you so much for taking care of my daughter. I hope she took good care of you."
She was quite instrumental in this fight. I'm not sure if we would have succeeded without her.
She kept us on our toes, more ways than one.
She kept me alive.
Oh, she runs over to you and hugs you and says, "Grandma, we're gonna have to get together for more cookies." And then Thalia looks up her mom and says, uh, "Does this mean Breston's not gonna close shop?" And her mom's like, "Well, I don't know what's happened since I've been gone, but hopefully I can convince him not to. The coffee shop was a bright place in this city, despite what we did there." Okay, so let's see. Are there any more? Okay, are you guys gonna search the Flinderflick's bed chambers?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. So searching through there, actually, let me go ahead and reveal this. He has a large, very fine bed. Seems to be a bit he seems to have been a bit niddly picky about his sheets.
Hmm.
They're made of the finest black silk. And I didn't completely furnish the room, but there's a dresser and a desk as well.
We search for any potential valuables.
Okay,
How
so
nice are these?
you open the dresser and you find there are various like clothes, but there is also a very fine cloak made of is this owlbear cloak?
Oh, wow.
I guess hide cloak, yes. That is worth 250 gold pieces. And whoever is searching the desk, go ahead and roll a perception or an investigation check for me.
I'll search the desk. There may be notes or something important there.
I try and never mind.
Nice. Okay, so searching the desk, you find that beside the desk there is a waste bin, and in the waste bin itself is looks like a fire pit. So there's all sorts of stuff that is burned there, and it is like burned to a crisp, like very meticulously burned, not like just sloppily burned. So you believe that Flinderflick has
Rob, you cut out.
um, a secret panel, and behind the secret panel, you find a pouch, and in the pouch is hold on one sec. Here we go. The pouch contains 2 black onyx worth 25 gold piece each. 1 garnet worth 25 gold, 5 platinum, 40 gold, and 100 silver.
Sweet.
And I will just copy that and paste it into the notes here.
I'm gonna just ask my companions here. Does anybody know mending?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I hand you the charred remains of the stuff from the wastebasket. Think you can mend this?
I can try. We can try collectively. You got it, Sanan.
Yeah. Let's mend, my friend.
Let me look at mending and see what you can do with it. Because he has burned this shit like down to like little tiny ashes. A single break tear in an object you touch, such as a broken link, 2 halves of a broken key, a torn cloak, or leaking wineskin. As long as the break or tear is no longer than 1 foot in any dimension, you mend it, leaving no trace of former damage.
This might be
This,
beyond mending.
this spell can physically repair a magic item or construct, but the spell can't restore magic to such an object. See, single break or tear seems to indicate no, but then I guess it's yeah, it's a single break or tear.
We could take some time and
Uh,
slowly mend it.
At 1 minute per break or tear.
yeah. So this has been like reduced. So like sheets of paper that have been reduced down to like ash that could maybe fit in like your hand. And that continue to like fall apart as you touch it. I don't like to say no. If you spent a very, very, very long time, you might get something out of it. I'm going to say a few days.
We can make it a project in the background.
I do love a good tag team.
Me
Yeah,
too.
I mean, but you would have to be working at it like consistently throughout the day. You couldn't just like do it in your downtime.
No.
If you're doing it in your downtime, I'm going to say weeks.
I mean, honestly, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Unless we think this thing is really urgent. I'd say we work on it in our downtime, and down the road we'll figure out what it says.
I think that's a good plan. It may take a while before really anything that's in there becomes relevant to us, or really that we'd understand it, as maybe we learn other clues.
Yeah, and we can't just devote all our time to it. Not when we have to check out that area of the safe zone coming down with holes of PKers.
Mhm. So, as far as the shadows go, the shadows do appear to be very close to the gate near the alleyway. But even though this gate here kind of sparkles with light, adjacent to the roots along the wall where the arch appears, bits of shadows seem to ooze out as well. So just something to note.
Yggdrasil's influence seems to be eating away at the safe zones. Is that kind of what is implied?
It does seem to be, especially where it's contacting Svartalfheim and Midgard in adjacents. All right. Let's make sure there's nothing else here. I'm pretty sure you guys. If you take time to examine the deep shard items, I can just go ahead and give you the statistics for them.
Sure.
We're heading back
Okay.
into the safe zone anyway. with news to go share with guild leaders. So yeah, we probably have time to investigate those items a little more.
Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and give you the statistics for them. You have the guidance of Raven, who's kind of an expert. So first thing I'm going to reveal is the deep shard crystals. And I know have a number of those. You have every weapon that you have is a minor deep shard weapon, with the exception of the axe. And that is a major deep shard weapon. So I will show you the minor deep shard weapons first. And then the major deep shard weapon.
Oh wow.
But is it worth the curse?
Yeah, so this is the other thing that happens, that Raven tells you about, like when you guys have a chance to sit down, because she didn't really want to scare you here down in this dungeon. Is that if you possess one of these items for more than 10 days, it turns the safe zone setting off for you permanently.
So even if you're in a safe zone, you could be attacked.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
You're still here.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I said but I guess you didn't hear that.
Oh.
So yes, indeed.
Okay,
You're
yeah,
right.
then I'm definitely not going to keep mine.
Yeah, I figure once you guys found that out, you're like, oh, not worth it. So the axe is a major deep shard item, which is basically a +1 item. With the extra added necrotic damage on top on a crit.
So do you have to like be wielding? Is it just having the deep shard on your person for 10 days
Mhm.
enough to do it?
Yeah, if you have it in your inventory for 10 days, it will just create the effect. The curse filters over to you as long as you have it in your possession. You have to hold on to it before the curse asserts in order to use the gates. You have to equip it. But once it turns off the setting, the safe zone setting for you, you can move through the gates freely. The other thing is that once that happens, there's no knowledge of how to set it back.
Oh, so as
So it
far as you
might
know,
it
it's permanent.
might be permanent. Yep.
So let's say you had like you're part of a guild, you have a guild hall, there, and there might be like a trunk you can put stuff in and come back to it later. If you were to put a deep shard in there, does it still affect you?
Um, if you were to store it like in your like guild hoard, and it wasn't assigned to anyone's inventory in particular, then no, it would not. It would not affect you. But based on Raven's research, the effect does appear to be cumulative. So if you have had a deep shard item in your equipment, say for a day, and then you store it somewhere else, it's as if that day has just sticks with you. And so if you take it out and then use it for another day, then you now apparently have 2 days
So if you do that a total of 10 times, then the 10-day period is up and you're cursed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, no. I'm definitely getting rid of my deep shard dagger now.
Yeah, she believes that something has to do. It's like there's some kind of interaction between Yggdrasil and Svartalfheim that is creating this effect as almost a kind of emanation, and the emanation appears to stick.
So what are we gonna do with all our new stuff? This is so sad.
I vote we either toss it through the gate or just leave it here and see if there's some way to I don't know, shut down this node.
But you might need to go through a gate at some point.
Let's just lock it up for now until we know what we're gonna do with it. All right?
I agree.
Can we rent a storage locker?
Well, I'm part of Ruby Knights Guild, Stellar
So
Requiem.
because Enzo is a part of Stellar Requiem, he can access their guild bank and he can store the deep shards directly in the guild bank and the items related. And then you guys can access the guild bank and remove them when you wish. And it's not stored in your inventory. Although each time you withdraw them and use them for that period, that goes against the 10-day period.
For now, we're just gonna lock them up, I think. What is it? How do we feel about that?
I'm good with that.
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right. Oh God, this is so fun. Okay, so it is 2:30. I think this is probably a good stopping point.
Yeah.
Thank everyone. This has been so fun. This did work out as well as I had hoped. So, and it is great to have Muriel along. So welcome. I hope you had fun. um,
Definitely, it was great.
awesome. And it looks like we are playing again on the 21st. And for those of you who did join us on Twitch, thank you. I don't know if anyone's watching right now, but thank you for taking part. And I'll talk to Ted about getting the video log. And what I will do with the video logs is I'm going to post them on YouTube, and I will make an archive of all of our games on my blog. So if you guys want to, you can go and look. In a way, it'll create a record for us. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is I want to get all of your backstories, and I'm going to make character profiles for everyone, including their tokens on the game archive. So your stories will be there. And what I'd like to do is, I mean, if there's like major events or like things that happen, I might note them in the archive as well. So that'll be a part of our campaign as well that everyone can access.
Awesome.
Do you want us to resend our backgrounds?
I might ask you to do that. I think I can get most of them from Discord, and I hope you guys don't mind if I just, put a little bit of spit and polish on them.
Please.
Yeah, please do.
Editorially.
Please do.
Okay. Okay, cool. I will.
Rob, since I had to change around names and such, do you want me to resubmit?
Yeah, go ahead and just resubmit your updated one. Absolutely.
All right.
And I really like what you did with it. Sounds great.
Thanks.
I don't know that I would put the
Okay.
cloak in under armor, because it's it doesn't really count as that.
I think it's a
Um,
sellable item.
yeah, it is an item that we either wear it because it looks cool, and it does look cool, or we sell it because 250 gold is a lot of gold for us.
Yeah.
That's like 2 whole pearls right there.
Yeah, we could go buy 2 pearls, and there are 3 of us that could potentially learn the identify spell. Of course, we could all just share 1 pearl. 3 casters, 1 pearl. This is a really bad joke.
I love
God.
it. Keep going.
Yes, the diabolical nature of our thought is it is both inspiring and disturbing. Um, so
Okay.
what I'll do is I will post the items that, because the stuff in the Emporium in the marketplace is actually going to be pretty useful for you guys, because the adventurers have gone before you, and those doors have had time to fill up with things that you guys might need. So I'm going to spend some time coming up with. I think I'm going to make some rolls. I've already got an idea of what I'm going to do. But between now and the 21st, I'll go ahead and fill up the Emporium and the marketplace with items for sale and just like kind of in-game items, because the adventurers are, they've started to unlock Alfheim. Um, I would think that the marketplace would get more quality items, even though they haven't. I don't know, maybe not. Well, I would think at least some more quality, like materials or stuff. But
Materials.
if,
The
yeah,
other thing I had planned on is you can start buying +1 weaponry from the merchants.
hmm
And there's a few other specific items that become available after Alfheim is unlocked, so that they're not just something you can buy at the Emporium. Like in Losselfar, you can buy a cloak of Elvenkind.
oh, nice. Okay,
Um,
so I'll need to coordinate with you on that.
yeah,
And
I already went over the items that get unlocked in Midgard when we beat the floor boss. Um, there's the Dwarven Smiths will forge any +1 weapon for you. You have to have made it to Alfheim, and then when you go back to Nidavellir, the Dwarven Smith there will make you a +1 weapon if you pay for it.
nice.
In Dinas Emrys, you can buy a tome. What's that tome from? The tome from Tasha's that gives you the +1 bonus, the Grimoire.
Oh, the grimoire, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
there's a few grimoires, aren't there? Yeah, in Tasha's, I believe,
it's
Tasha's Cauldron of
it's just the
everything.
plus. It's just the one that gives you a +1. It's the most basic one.
Oh, it's that one.
Yeah, it's the one
Okay,
that you
so
can buy. Mhm.
it's like the wand of the war mage, but it's the grimoire. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
but you can
gotcha.
also find in other places like in Mayo Elise, you can get Rod of the Pack Keeper and Wand of the War Mage. I think is I have that available too. So it's those those items that give you +1 to hit, +1 to damage, or +1 to spell save DC. Those are the things that become available along with the Cloak of Elvenkind in Losselfar.
Nice. Okay, so I will have to note that in the marketplace, and then I will also try to figure out what would be available in the Emporium, since the adventuring guilds have moved further on in the front lines. Um, I'm sorry, say again.
Oh, I'm gonna jump off, guys. Have a good night.
All right. Good night, guys. Thank you so much. It's been
Yeah,
amazing.
had a great game. Can't wait for the next one.
Good night.
Awesome.
Oh, that owlbear cloak is half of one of those magic items. Oh,
Mm. Indeed.
that's
Indeed,
something
it
to
I'm
is.
consider.
I'm perfectly fine with selling the cloak.
Oh wow, we looked like Shivari was chatting a lot. I
Mhm.
didn't even look at the chat.
Gemstones can often be used as spell components, so we should probably hold on to those um, for the most part, unless we need the money for something or we start to accumulate quite a few of them. But yeah, I think we should just sell the cloak. And we're passing through the marketplace. It'll only take a moment to sell the cloak. You mind if we just sell that now?
No, I don't mind. I mean, you can sell it at value through the marketplace. So yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just do that. We'll go sell it to an NPC real quick. I'm gonna update our stuff here and give us 250 more gold. Interesting that you guys have it copper, silver, gold, then platinum. I would have done it the reverse order.
I actually just copied and pasted it. I don't know why it was that way. Maybe I did that.
Does anybody else have a preference for this way, or?
I don't. It was just that way, so I went with it. It was cool, you know.
I'm used to the way you mentioned, Ted. With the highest level first, but I mean it's no big deal to adapt to this way.
I'm going to change it.
Oh my god, this was so fun.
Dude, Rob, this was amazing. I can't believe you spent so much time on this. It's
Yeah, the sheer level of detail. You've outdone yourself, man.
these backgrounds.
Well,
Oh my god. Half
oh,
of
you
my
mean the
character is
play?
just this background.
I just had so much fun making this stuff, you know. I mean, this is the kind of game that I wanted to run for a long time, and when Ted wanted to collaborate with me, I was like, "Ooh, this is going to be so cool." And then when we started deciding to do live streaming, I'm like, well, I might as well just write it all out because I have these like crazy ideas and I can't always keep track of them all, even with notes. Um, so I mean, certainly writing it all out is a lot more work, but it's also a lot more rewarding. It adds a lot more grit and gravity, to the setting.
Your opening to this and the scene of us being in Nidavellir with the image of Odin coming down, which was fantastic because that was when I ran that scene, um, we hadn't even really like settled on this being Yggdrasil and Midgard and all of that. But using Odin for that image was phenomenal. It was so badass. I really loved it.
And it's kind of
Oh,
reminiscent of that scene in the first episode of Sword Art Online, where all the players are gathered in the Citadel, and that huge red shadow of the game creator looms over them and is telling them like what the business is.
yeah, so like was drawing a lot of inspiration from Sword Arts and similar anime that are like these alt worlds anime, but trying to make it more gritty and Dungeons and Dragony without breaking um that synergy between like that really cool synergy between like the in real life tension of being in a death game, um but also kind of still allowing for a little bit of the campiness, which makes it kind of fun too.
Hmm.
But yeah, I did really want to hone the edge a bit more when it came to the sense of the dire nature of the situation, of being captured, and then also adding a bit of I mean, because Ted and I are using Norse mythology as an engine um, for this setting. Um, adding a bit of the Norse grit to it as well, because boy, were they a grim people. So So hopefully I kind of hopefully that worked. Hopefully there was that synergy because that's what I was going for.
It worked very well.
Awesome. Yeah, but I mean, you and I did a lot of talking about this, and I just was like, yeah, we're just gonna ram this one home, or at least try to. And whenever you do something like that, either it succeeds really well, or you just fall flat on your face and it's overdone. Yeah.
We'll have to. I want to get a lot of those NPCs you had in the bar. I want to get like their names and stuff like that. Mostly, I won't be using them, other than like, it was fun seeing Ruby Knight and Morgan in the bar there. As you know,
Oh, I'm
Ruby Knight, originated from the other campaign, and it was fun to have some more personality put to her.
well, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna have our PCs and NPCs from the other game have roles. In Ragnarok, and I don't know, maybe it will help flesh them out because we can both kind of get a little bit of a handle on some of these NPCs.
Yeah.
I liked Ruby Knight because Ruby Knight was just kind of a little bit of a tabula rasa type of character, so I figured I could, fill that out a little bit. And plus, I was the one that wrote her, so I was like, well, maybe I could use this one. But yeah, I'm gonna mention also the PCs. I've already Katsunori is Tai's character, and Katsunori is also now Sana's one of Sana's contacts in the Stellar Requiem Guild for finding his missing person.
Yeah.
And so, and of course, I thought that would be perfect because of Katsunori's background, which I'm not going to spoil for Ravi here. So,
Yep. Yeah.
um,
No, that's pretty perfect.
yeah, and that was just completely on the fly. I did remember Sana's background, but for like at least this scenario, I was thinking more about how to try and build the story rather than and like hook all you guys in rather than like really like I mean putting in the fleshing out part with your backgrounds into the story um is another level on top of all the other stuff. So, but I'm going to tweak it. I mean, once I get a good firm foothold, I intend to use your guys' backgrounds pretty extensively. But that's one of the nice things about improvisation, and so we were able to improvise a lot with what Ravi was doing, and that I think worked out really well.
Yeah, that was a good gameplay between me and the NPC. It really quick thinking on your feet there, Rob.
Oh, thanks.
I wasn't trying to
That
like.
part.
I wasn't really sure what sort of story hook to bring up, so I brought up my own. I hope I didn't like blindside you there.
Oh no. You see, I love stuff like that. That's one of the things that makes the game fun. It's like I don't know. It's like things get boring if players don't do stuff that challenges you. And
True.
I like it.
You cut out again, Rob.
I mean, I just couldn't not do something with it. I had to say, okay, I can do this. I know stuff. I can figure this out. This is really a cool story that Ravi has given me, and I want to weave it in. So this is like a burr in the back of my mind. So as I write forward, I'm going to be thinking about it. But I was already working on. I mean, your notion kind of already fit with something that I was working on. So it clicked into place really well.
All right, guys.
Mm.
I'm going to stop the stream and I'm gonna go to bed.
It's time to go to bed. We
Yeah,
got
Yeah, it's
it
almost
is. It
late.
is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No.
Shit. Good night, guys.
Good night, guys.
good night.
Good night,
Good night,
fellas.
everyone. Sleep well.
Sleep well.